He looks a little bit weirder than in the previous game. Something about his face.
So Batman's not
Weird. Yeah, there's something about the face that's a little bit different. Why is the face so different? But the outfit looks good. Something weird about the mask. It didn't look weird in the previous game.
usually a bat, right?
Whatever.
It's just, I'm pretty sure I saw him earlier, and he kind of looked like a giant bat. That needs to die already. I can't believe no one's taken him out yet. You know, I don't think I've ever killed a firefighter before. Really? That surprises me. Yeah, I've whacked cops, paramedics, coast guards, traffic wardens, pest control, but never firefighters. Tonight's a special night for you, man. You guys are crazy. He can't help it. When he starts collecting, he has to get the whole set. Yeah, I remember collecting baseball cards when I was a kid. Me too. Stumpy Jackson, the one...
Good luck, firefighter. I've saved too many of your kind.
I'm so proud of you, honey. Go on. Tell them what you've done.
Hello, world. No, that's... Oh, it's
Go
terrible.
on. Just be yourself.
Okay. Full genetic resplicing was a success. The recombinant molecule...
Honey, you're doing it again. How about in English?
Yes, of course. Sorry. So, what we've done is merged the DNA of Desmodus rotundus, the vampire bat, into the human chain. This breakthrough will prevent and cure deafness in all humanity. How was that?
Perfect, sweetie.
Are you getting this, honey?
I think so. Is the red light on? Kirk? Honey, are you okay? Oh my God! Kirk!
She had it coming.
I'm so proud of you, honey. Go on. Tell them what you've done.
There's a computer.
Maybe it contains some answers.
No, that's... Oh, it's terrible.
Go on. Just be yourself.
This computer stores all of Dr. Langstrom's research.
Resplicing was a success. The recombinant molecule...
Honey, you're doing it again. How about in English?
Yes, of course. So, what we've done is merged the DNA of Desmodus rotundus, the vampire bat, into the human chain. This breakthrough
Mixing his DNA with a vampire bat? That was never going to end well. If I search through his files, I may be able to create an antidote to his condition. I need to isolate the man-bat's signature and remove it from Langstrom's DNA.
Oh, what? Oh. Oh, this is strange. I see. It's kind of cool.
That's it. I've created a clean DNA sample. Now all I need to do is make him take his medicine.
Yes, of course. Sorry. So, what we've done...
Alfred, I've synthesized a cure in Langstrom's lab. Now I just need to find him.
Any idea where he may be hiding?
He's not in control of his actions. He could be anywhere.
No one knows this city better than you, Master Bruce. You'll find him.
Are you getting this, honey?
I think so. Is the red light on?
She doesn't look dead to me.
Blunt trauma to the head. Langstrom had no idea what he was doing.
Honey, are you okay? Oh my God! Kurt!
Yeah, this look is so cool. I wish he could make the women look like they did in Arkham City. Freaks, huh? I don't really want to deal with the Riddler. It's kind of annoying. Yeah, I'm not feeling it. Nope. Not feeling it.
Hey, I wonder who it was under that visor after all. You think he knew Batman?
What the heck?
Batman! It's Batman!
Where? Where is Batman? I don't believe you. Controls are awkward. It's really weird. You gotta love the diversity on the cop force. For leftists, it's no more diverse than a black female. And of course, she's not disabled. That would
It's okay.
complete
You're
it
safe.
all.
I thought I'd never get out of there, Batman.
She has a white chick's face, bro.
What the hell happened to me?
Oh my
It's
gosh.
over now. I'll have you
What
taken
the
back
heck?
to GCPD.
Thanks.
Ay, ay, ay.
Cash, I've secured the second hostage.
Good job, Batman.
Why would you
I'll
ever
get
put a
someone to pick
woman
him up.
onto the freaking force? Why would you ever do it? Jeez, Lace. These guys are crazy. We're acting like Scarecrow's crazy.
Batman, when I summoned you to Chinatown, I expected a prompt arrival. How many more of your allies must I kidnap? Now,
This is what you...
Okay, okay.
get for trying to be a hero.
Oh, what's up, girl?
Oh crap! He's coming after us! Floor it!
Get destroyed, son. That guy's totally alive right now.
Run! Get away from him!
What, is he down? Oh, frick.
Soldiers, bombs, tear gas clouds. Take's absolutely freaking everywhere. Crazy poison ivy pollen. Not to mention the bat driving around in his personal war machine all night. Next time there's an evacuation, I'm getting on the bus. They say I can't man a checkpoint on my own. No one tells me what to do.
That's right, brother.
I fought wars on just about every continent.
Yeah,
I've been shot, stabbed,
That's
set on
right.
fire. Nothing can stop me.
right. Absolutely true.
Bring it on, I say. Always sneaking up, catching people off guard. Damn coward.
That's right.
Tries that on me, and he's in for a big surprise.
That's right. This guy knows what's up. He tried.
You always were one of the best.
Easy there, guy. Easy. Hold on, hold on, hold on. Hold on a minute. Whoa. Hey. What's up? Alright, so something about gadgets here. No, we are not gonna do that.
Have you seen this gun? How'd they pay for this gear?
What's up, girl?
I administered the antidote, but it wasn't enough. I need to track him down and inject him again.
Course we do. Course. Because it wouldn't be a game without it. Dang, look at me go. Beautiful. I'm the best at this game.
The rabbit is gone. He's hopped away. I'm sure he only wants to play. Return the book and then we'll find how little Alice lost her mind.
Cash, the last car was empty. Any word on the missing officer?
Sergeant Laurie actually just showed up at the precinct. Said he blacked out. Woke up without his car. That's everyone accounted for. I don't buy it, Batman. Tetch is up to something.
I'll make him talk.
He ain't the only one with tricks up his sleeve, Batman. Let me know if you need a hand. Or a hook.
I could use a blowjob from Catwoman just about now. Alright. This freaking biatch. Let's see what's up.
Alfred, I found the mutilated body Cash was talking about. I'm going to try and establish a cause of death. Blood tests reveal the cause of death was an overdose of painkillers leading to cardiac arrest. Also, the victim's fingerprints have been burned off with acid.
A rather unsavory demise.
That's not all. It's as though the subject's DNA has been corrupted somehow. There's insufficient information for me to cross-reference the database. I'll have to use the deep tissue scanner to analyze the body for distinguishing features and determine the victim's identity.
Right you are, sir.
Thanks for saying all that, Alfred. Alfred really looked like he was taking that all in.
A wedding ring in the lower intestine. The inscription reads, Ophelia.
That's an invasion of privacy.
The victim had a hip replacement. Scar tissue hasn't fully healed, so it must have been recent.
Well, I'm sorry to hear about that.
Deformity on the left ear. Looks like a result of minor ear agenesis, a birth defect.
Alfred, the victim's name is Anthony Lund. Hospital records show he suffered with alcoholism, most probably brought on by the breakdown of his marriage. The name on the ring, Ophelia, his ex-wife. He was last seen in Albuquerque, New Mexico. What's unusual is that they didn't go missing in Gotham. They were brought here and killed. Why? We need to track down whoever did this.
Might I suggest keeping an ear out for any more of that ghastly opera music? It sounds ominously like a calling card.
Hey, Alfred. Alfred. Did you ever think that I didn't think of that? So frickin' rude. Right, let's go over here. So, is Catwoman naked over here or something? Weird question to ask. Especially since it has nothing to do with the situation.
Chinatown, Batman, a crucible in which your mind and body will be put to the test. And you're not there.
Why are you so upset, bro?
I'm here.
Yeah,
Who hurt
I'm
you?
on my way. Sans Cape, remember?
Iron Heights Penitentiary. What do we know?
What can I say? Imagine the worst prison in the world.
That bad?
No, but it's still pretty bad. What I can't figure out is what it's been doing in Gotham airspace. Must have picked up someone we don't know about.
I'm going in.
See you inside, Bruce.
Yeah, see ya.
Don't send me back in there! No more tests! I can't take anymore!
Stay in your cell. I'll get you out of here soon.
Oh my gosh.
Batman! Over here! Help!
What's up, girl? Take your time, Batman.
Thank you. I never thought I'd get out.
You could learn to swim.
You had Croc imprisoned here. What for?
All I know, it was a bad idea. Rankin was playing with fire.
Do you know where anyone else is trapped?
I saw the warden in here right before the crash. You better hurry with that thing out there.
I'll get to him in time. Wait here.
Oh dear God, there's multiple. Oh no. Why can't I throw it? Oh. Homosexuality. What do you mean? Yeah, there you go. Jeez. Oh. This is what I mean when I talk about homosexuals. This is out of control. As some would say, it's off the chain. Oh, come on now. Oh, God help me. Oh, God help me. Oh, dear God. Okay, well. That's not working. What does that do? Oh, okay.
Help me, Batman!
I don't want to help you. I only help myself.
You shouldn't have come here, freak. You just got added to the menu.
Why are you calling me names? What did I ever do to you? Wow. Uh-oh. Awkward. Oh.
Let me out of here!
Or I could let you drown and laugh.
Thank you. We need to leave, Batman. Immediately.
Waylon Jones must be apprehended.
Let this place sink and everyone with it. You've got no idea.
What the? Oh no. The immorality. Dear God.
Nightwing, make your way to my location now.
Croc?
He's got the warden.
I'm on the way.
I've been waiting for this. Cleaning up the crime. Oh, I'm being attacked. Oh, come on now. That's right. Hot guy magic. Oh, frick. Yeah, that's right. Talk about breaking the ice, huh? Yeah.
Make sure you keep up, Batman. We brought down this airship.
Taking the warden, why not just kill him and escape?
Maybe he likes a long lunch?
Gotta love his sense of humor.
Batman, I'm in the control room.
Why weren't you helping me?
The prisoners have been dealt with.
Come on, Batman, backhand him. Freaking do it.
Man, thank you. When I heard those cells unlock, I thought that was it.
I need access to that door.
Good luck. It uses key cards. Two-man rule. As soon as this bird took a nosedive out of the sky, they bailed. Lucky bastards.
I'll find them. Nightwing, I'm going after the key cards. Work on getting the survivors off this ship.
You got it. I'll check the database, make sure we don't miss anyone.
Thank you, Nightwing. Very thoughtful of you.
Master Bruce, it appears when the airship crash-landed, 2 guards did indeed parachute to, well, I hesitate to say safety, sir. It is Gotham.
Send me their locations.
Of course, sir. Though I can only approximate where they landed. You'll need to search for signs of a parachute once you get there.
Okay.
I've accessed internal security. That'll take you right back out the way you came in.
This way? That's not the way I want to go. You lied to me, Nightwing. And now I must kill you. Can I go this way? Please. What's going on?
I don't know. I'm no expert, but I think he's gonna eat him, Batman.
Well, you should see what we have nowadays. We have a lot of land whales. And they would eat anybody. It is true anarchy out here. How the frick do we get through? What the? Okay. Alright. It looks like I'm about to lose my mind. Okay, well, see you later. I will assume that the game wants me to go this way. And if they don't, I will backhand a biatch. I will. I will find all the biatches and backhand every single one of them. There is no mercy. What, they want me to go that way? Where's Killer Croc going, dog? Man, this guy's on some frickin' stuff. He's on that frickin' vajayjay. Flying high. Beautiful. Who's that down there? Was that a homosexual? A flaming green homosexual. Interesting.
Bye-bye, Arkham Knight, and good riddance too. This town's got enough guys in charge.
Serpent down!
But yet, Catwoman is not on her knees. I'm still waiting, man.
The Iron Heights guard will have landed near here. I need to search for him. Alfred, one of the guards didn't make it. Notify Cash. Get the body picked up.
Of course, sir. Let's hope his colleague fared better.
I don't care if the gas is gone. Batman still ain't one to fight.
I'm coming in. What's up, biatch?
Whatever else happens tonight, guys, I want you to...
What's up, girls? Look how easy that was to take out all those biatches. Uh-huh. Uh-oh.
Say hi.
Riddler, talk while you still can.
I'll tell you everything I know.
It'll do.
Broke his jaw, but that is what we're here for. Name of the game. I don't really want to talk to him, mostly because he's a raging homosexual, so we're gonna go over here. Let's go over there. Beautiful.
Santa Prisca, baby. I'm getting a tan. No danger of that here. it's safe being out here again? You can't hurt me!
Aww. What the heck? Come on, man. They're so rude. My gosh, this is embarrassing. And embarrassing for me, no one else. Hot dude magic. Okay now. Come on. Oh my gosh. Go easy, man. I'm just Batman, dog. Oh, dude, that's so good. That takes down so many of them at one time. That is amazing. That is superior to anything else you could be using. Where am I zipping to?
There's no excuse for not destroying that police station. We had the firepower. That battle was only ever gonna go one way.
Whoopsie daisies. Cannot wait to play Nier Replicant. I've been holding off on that game ever since, I think, December. No. Far sooner than that.
I only fight the best.
Your mother only fights the best. That's why she's in a coma and still married to me. Hold on a minute. We could go take that out. And maybe we will. Opera music. Poor guy got his cheeks clapped.
Body. The mutilation pattern looks to be identical to the previous murder victim.
Then it appears Gotham does indeed have a serial killer in its midst. And here I was thinking this evening couldn't get any worse.
I'm going to scan the body for unique identifiers.
Is it a woman?
An irregularity on the victim's chest. It appears to be a birthmark, quite distinctive. The left foot is missing several toes. The site of amputation suggests the removal of non-viable tissue in the treatment of frostbite.
Why? Thank you, game. Thank you for that. Alright. I don't know. What is going on here? I don't see anything. So, oh dear God. It appears.
There's a bullet lodged deep in the upper bicep. This type of ammunition is predominantly used with a hunting rifle that hasn't been manufactured in over a decade.
Dear
Alfred,
God, he's a time traveler.
He was a microbiologist who worked for Stag Enterprises. Many believe the shooting was connected to Kincaid's knowledge of controversial research, although that remains unverified. He took a teaching post in Atlanta, which is where he was reported missing.
Another person taken from outside the Gotham area.
A significant detail, sir.
So are these words written beside the bodies. Try and find a connection between the two victims I've found, Alfred. There has to be something linking them together.
I'll try my best, sir.
You see the Bat's car? I'd like to go for a joyride in that thing.
Do any of the guys in this game talk about how much they want to get with, you know, Harley Quinn, Catwoman, Poison Ivy, whatever? Oh dear God, this is not going to go well. Ah, yeah, that was a bad idea. See you later.
It's been a long rivalry, Bat. But this is the only way it could end.
Alright, so that didn't work.
The drone sensors are temporarily disabled,
frick.
but I can only hack one at a time. So the previous drone will be back online.
Well. Wow, nice driving, guys. Good job.
Cool, I thought. A little Gotham souvenir. Thing damn near electrocuted me when I picked it up.
And that... The Batmobile's really taking its time.
Reports placed Quinzel on the...
Oh, they got wrecked. Nice. Really?
That's it, Batman. Clear out these roads. We'll need the room when we fight.
I guess this guy gets off to, you, foiling his plans. What's that? Mr. Freeze? Let's see the biatch. I don't remember him being in this game.
At least you can see Batman coming.
That's a helicopter, if I've ever seen one. Checks out. Some would say it is not a helicopter, but rather a parachuter.
Sir, I know one would be hard-pushed ever to call Gotham clement, but icebergs?
This isn't the weather, Alfred.
I feared as much. As well as battling the cold, there's a sizable deployment of militia troops aboard the boat. I have a feeling they'll object to your presence.
I'll win them over.
Looks like we're on guard duty, Bruin. Stay frosty. What?
Funny.
Sir, it's just, you know, you said frosty and there's all this ice. Do you want to remain a part of the special ops group, soldier? Or would you rather be manning a watchtower like a regular schmuck? No, sir. Shut the hell up. That goes for all of you. Shut up and stay sharp.
Why is he so rude?
I'm picking up the signal again. I've lost the signal.
Ah, shoot. This is not gonna work. Beautiful. Oh, shoot.
We lost them. Start this way.
Oh, frick.
He's in the floor. Eyes down.
That's kind of funny. Absolutely wrecked.
Possible man down. Search the area. Find him.
He's gone. He's using smoke. This'll flush him out. Deploying thermal barrack charge.
But I'm not there, biatch. Ever thought of that? Oh, shoot.
I need some space here. You need to wake up. Looks like something dropped down on him. It was Batman. Get back in the fight.
Batman all along?
He's still attacking from above. Get those perches mined.
Moving to mine them. He's got a man down from before. Watch my back. Poor guy.
Oh, no. Well. Lol.
You hear me? Look at all these guys. He's picking us off.
Yeah, you better come over here. Oh, come on now. Game.
Possible man down. Search the area. Find him.
This guy's quaking in his boots.
It's been a long night, Batman. The old bones starting to ache.
I could say something about his mother, but I won't, because I am a respectable man. I play by respectable rules. I would never beseech his mother.
The voice synthesizer won't work while he's busy.
Okay, so this guy's stuck in frickin' limbo out here.
Something else.
Well. What's up? I always win.
The ship's on lockdown. I need to find the security controls. Time to get inside.
Great plan, Batman. How do you do that? Right here? Not quite. I see. only this game made some sense right now, that would be terrifico. But instead, bunch of raging biatches. That's all there is. Wait, I can drop to line launcher. Oh, that's cool. Uh-huh.
Bodies encased in ice.
Dear God, my ex-girlfriend's back. Oh, frick.
Warning, cryogenerator unstable. Warning, cryogenerator unstable.
Reroute auxiliary power.
Error, system failure. Cryogenerator unstable.
No! More.
Victor.
They wanted me to join them, help fight you. I refused, so they took her. They took Nora. Because of you. She'll die without my care. But they said they'll return her in exchange for Batman.
Warning, cryogenerator unstable.
If you trust them, Victor, take your shot.
Warning, cryogenerator unstable.
Find her, Batman. Please.
I will. Get the ship under control. Alfred, I've got a tracking device that can lead me to Nora. It's transmitting a location.
Be careful, sir. I imagine the militia will be rather intent on keeping her prisoner.
Scarecrow pulling this on Halloween. Guess he's got a sense of humor after all. So who's controlling the militia now that the night's gone? You know, I was one of Scarecrow's patients back at the asylum. Glad that got him. Drone offline.
Whoa, what the?
Tech thinks he had some genius hacker working in his corner. Just our luck. What kind of boring post-it? Look out! It's Batman!
Really awkward right now. Hola. What is your name? My name is 1DB. I come for your women. Sorry, your people. I would never come for your women. But thank you very much. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful.
Jail cell, Bat. I'll do worse to you.
This guy's really good at foreplay, I can see. With women, of course. None of that degenerate behavior.
Got our orders. The female's the priority. You think the Iceman's gonna play along? If he wants to see her alive again, he will.
Hello, good sir. May I attack you? Or are you unavailable? Oh, wait. I can do it from here. Can I?
I hope that freak doesn't come looking for his wife. I don't want to end up in Ice Cube.
Oh. Alright, can I kabang? I can kabang. Shabang. Well, okay, game. Yeah. Hot guy magic. I did not.
The signal led here, but no sign of Nora's cryo chamber.
Where's my wife? Dang it. Somebody else's wife. The body's still warm.
Where is she?
Let go of me!
Where?
Ow! They took her to a rooftop in Otisburg! That's all I know! I swear!
Why did they tell you the information? Let's be honest. That makes no sense. I guess if you're a raging homosexual, it's all the same.
Victor, they found the tracking device, but I know where she is.
No! This is taking too much time!
Stay calm. I will find her. You need to get that equipment stable. Victor!
Yes. Every second I'm losing her. Please hurry.
Sir, I have been waiting all night for Catwoman to lick these nuts. Do you think that Nora is at the top of my priorities? And do you think I do not share your pain?
You don't want to end up in that prison. Listen, we got the specs on the Bat's transport. He's toast. That intel's old. He's doing things in that car we weren't briefed on. There's a lot of things we weren't briefed on. Deal with it.
Oh, hello.
I'm getting near her location. Have you stabilized the cryogenerator?
I think so. Can you see her?
Victor, is it safe?
Yes. Yes, of course. Contact me as soon as you find her.
This guy is, Why did the characters look so different in this game? I don't understand.
The boss is back! I knew he wouldn't abandon us.
That's right.
Whatever you say, boss.
Yeah. I'll get to it.
We got a man down here. Someone check on him. I've got a bat to kill. What the hell?
Oh. Okay, game. Okay. I'm just gonna go fork myself in the frickin' anus. Alright? Frick. Homosexual.
One minute I was fine. The next I couldn't breathe and just each other's backs now! Buddy up! Don't let him get... That wall looks unstable. Go take a look. Roger that.
Yeah, run over. You got this, boy. Yeah, that's right. That's right, son. What's up?
Who is that? Medic! Medic! What's your location? Over here. I'm on my way!
Oh, no. No, no. Oh, frick. They're all together now. Well.
Out of my way! Can you hear me?
Lol. I'm lolling all the way home. On that one. You don't see me. I'm invisible. I was never here.
We spread out. Get revenge.
Right. Oh, that's not what I had in mind.
Respect you, Batman. It's been too long since I killed a man worthy of that.
Okay, so we don't want to bother with that guy. We want to come up here. We want to find that guy that is not currently detectable. Okay. Oh, there he is.
I got him! Batman! My location! This way! Over here!
What the? Come on, game.
Target on the move. You know the drills. Find him.
Oh, look, there's a bat. I am the knight.
You fight like an old man.
Hey now.
Fury gone.
Alright, can he go away from here?
I've been waiting. I always knew I'd get another shot at you.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Okay, let's do that. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Good, good, good. Okay, see ya.
Oh, you chicken? Yeah, you're chicken. Do not drop your guard. Do not
What does this
lower your
do?
guns. Do not let him strike.
Okay. How about you?
Take position over there. Yes, sir.
Alright, so here's what I'm thinking.
We got a man down here. Someone check on him. I've got a bat to kill.
Uh,
Think you can got him. He's Batman. My location. Real commander now.
that was not it. What the heck?
He's gone. I can't keep up with this. Check that weapons crate. No problem.
So does this work? I imagine it does. Let's see. Ah.
Trust me.
So it does work. Where's the other guy?
Check that weapons crate.
So I like that you can do that. That's kind of cool.
Got a man down here. Someone check on him. I've got a bat to kill. You're patient, Batman. It's what's kept you alive so long. But these men will find you.
It won't work. They know the gun crates can be sabotaged.
Well, frick. Looks like I have to take him out the good old emosensual way. Oh my gosh. The stairs are brutal in this game. What the? Come on. Come on. This is annoying. I hate the freaking stairs, man. Okay. Nice.
Where'd it go? Where'd it go?
Inside your mom. Wow, that was painful. That was actually painful. I'm never recovering from this.
It's been a long time since I was in a war zone, Bat. I feel young again. You seen Batman's tech? Listen up, I'm getting a signal here. It's on the move! Come on location! Grenade! Grenade! We lost him! Start checking for men down! He's standing around. Or cover us! You need to wake up. I don't get it! It's like he was... Signal's back! Signal's gone! Damn it! You're fine. Get going. We're in the middle of something here. Watch the ledges, the overhangs. He waits where you won't expect. You heard what he said. Oh, someone cover me. I'm checking her room. Come on, buddy. Wake up.
Oh dear God, this is scary.
Guy's out cold. That hits hard. Well, let's hit. Bring him on.
I can't give an order without choosing a target first.
The ledges! Look down, you idiots!
Before activating an order, I need to pick a target. He won't follow my orders while he's busy.
Hold up. Let's drop down on these guys.
Need to wake up.
Come on. Oh gosh.
We lost them! Search the area!
I've been watching you for years, studying your skills, your victories, and your defeats. I'm ready.
Oh no. Can I still make it work? Alright, that was not working out.
Lights off. Does that mean the gun's off too?
Dude, that's so good.
Come on, Batman, hit me.
Bro, that's so overpowered. What the heck? Totally forgot how overpowered that was. The multi-down? Jeez. Just knock down a bunch of targets and then you can get like 3 to 5 dudes executed right there.
You're a one-man army, Batman. But you know what we are? A real army.
Of women?
Still waiting on that diagnostic report. The commander reported in a few minutes ago. Drones are active and online. Batman's not getting inside here. Well, if he does, he's a dead man.
So what do I do? Ah.
Recon team stumbled on one of the Riddle guy's hideouts. He sounds crazy.
Oh shoot, thought I could get it.
They're just amateurs, Bat. Me and you, that'll be the real fight.
Oh my gosh. Oh, that's cute.
My favorite riot was probably Blackgate, but this is top 3.
I don't think you'll be solving this one.
What do you do? Okay, okay, okay. Cute. That was kind of unique. I like that. The puzzles in this game are, I think, a lot better than the previous games. Obviously, I haven't experienced all of the puzzles from the previous games. Oh dear God. Oh, come on. Oh, come on.
You can't hurt me!
What the heck? Jeez, dog. Awkward.
You know what the difference is between us, Batman? You're a trained fighter. I'm a trained killer.
Cash, I've captured Dr. Langstrom and administered the cure. I need you to prep an isolation chamber. I'm bringing him in.
Sure thing. I'll get right on it.
I saw him, I swear, running out of the mall. But he wasn't the Knight anymore, you know? He was a wreck. We got our asses kicked by Bruce Wayne. Think it's time I got a real job.
Awkward. Incredibly awkward.
Just when I think I've seen it all. He gonna be okay.
Physically, yes.
Where's Francine? Where is she?
She's dead, Kirk.
No. She can't be.
I didn't. What have I done?
The serum, it changed you. You lost control.
What have I done? What have I done? What have I done? Sweet Francine. Sweet Francine.
The night returns, all filled with malice. Tell me, Batman, did you find your Alice?
No more games, Jervis. Where's the other hostage?
Oh, yeah, why, yes, there's 3. Oh, silly me. The answer's in the book, Batman. Open and see.
Tell me!
There's no joke, no joke. Control your rage. The answer is there. Just turn the page. Down the rabbit hole you fall, where madness reigns from wall to wall. Through the rhyming words we tumble, where villains toil and psyches crumble. Welcome to my wonderland. It's time to play a game. I'm here to make you understand what drives a man insane. If you ever want to leave this crazy world you now inhabit, all you have to do is follow the White Rabbit. Follow the White Rabbit.
Overpowered.
Oh, look who's here. White Rabbit there wallowing. Freedom waits for the one who's following. Follow the White Rabbit.
Where is it?
Hold still. Let me help you.
You're late. You're late. The page is turning. Keep up, Alice. I know you're learning. What fun we had in Arkham City, dear Alice. She never looked so pretty. Well, until you snapped and crushed my hat. You think you'll get away with that?
Oh no.
Come now, Alice. Don't be late. Follow the rabbit and seal your fate. No way back for you, Batman, my puppet on a string. You're mine forevermore. Now it's the Hatter's tune you sing. He's back again, the rabbit's head. Will you help him, Alice, or kill him dead?
It's okay. You're safe.
Sorry, Alice, it's not yet time. Another page, and I'll make you mine. Hallows Eve and Gotham burns. It's here the story twists and turns. The final chapter where we'll find our little Alice lost her mind.
Jeez.
Hip, hip, huzzah! He's here! He's here! Your destiny is drawing
Of course.
Oh, Alice, dear, please pay attention. Don't make me keep you in detention. Kill the rabbit! Kill him dead! He's after you. He wants your head.
Batman?
Where are you, Alice? Where'd you go? Oh, this isn't right. Oh, no, 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 no. Oh! What? No. I had you. Don't you see? You're mad. You're mad. You're just like me.
I'll never be like you, Jervis.
No, Alice! No, this can't be how it ends. There's tea for two. We can still be friends.
This guy's crazy. Oh wow. It's kind of cool. Oh, you can do that? Oh, okay, yeah. That is right. Alright, and what else?
I always thought the person inside that suit had to be messed up.
Good to see you back here, Batman. I knew you wouldn't give up.
Whoa, what the? What was that about? Strange.
She worked at the Joker. Real at all the construction work. No economic downturn here. Pretty ugly, though.
Yeah, there you go. Ooh. I finally understand the combat system, probably the most I ever have. So now I'm just wrecking fools left and right. And also I'm pretty much max upgraded.
Batman. But don't forget, I do this.
For a living.
For a living.
You sure do, hombre. Oh, it's a heist. Okay.
When's our relief getting here? I want to go on a bout of it. Not till morning, soldier. Until then, we keep this tower locked down.
So the Knight spends months teaching us how to kill the Bat, only to make us wait up here all night?
This is how you kill the Bat, idiot. You control the sky, you
You
control the roads,
idiot.
you control the rooftops. You make it so he can't move without getting shot at or worn down. Bat knows Gotham inside and out. Thinks it's his secret weapon. Well, it's our weapon now.
Why is it not?
No money, no more jobs, and no way out of this freaking city so long as...
How do I get it to attack him?
We're screwed.
What the? Alright, so this is very homosexual. Really? Real? Oh, that's why. Okay, so I need to be more aware of that. Like a woman calibrating her period.
That bounty on your head's only getting bigger, Bat. Last time...
Well, hold up. What's up, girl? What's up?
You were worth 50 million bucks. This time, well, I might finally retire.
What's going on over there? Why is there a sniper? There's something going on over here.
There's Norris cryo chamber. Time to deal with the militia.
Man, imagine waking up after all that time. It's gonna mess with your head.
Yeah, you're probably really disoriented.
Tech on his arm is pretty slick. Oh yeah, I'm sure the guys were thinking that moments before being frozen to death. Someone's touchy.
Right? Wait a second. I can do this? Uh-oh, I see.
Where the hell's our evac? I don't like waiting around on this damn roof. Look, no one knows. Target spotted.
Oh, shoot. Well, that's awkward.
He got away using some sort of smoke. I knew it.
LOL.
Hold still. I'll try to get you out. Target spotted. Lower east.
Ah.
We actually killed him.
It's over, Batman. Your friends will be next.
Thanks, guy. Really good to hear your freaking opinion. Oh my gosh. Right, well, that's too bad.
Anyone make contact with Freeze? He knows what he's gotta do. Question is he gonna do it?
There's Nora's cryo chamber. Time to deal with the militia.
He's gonna fall down.
What's the status of... Look out! It's the bat! Damaged in the extraction.
Lol.
Stabilized it. We're waiting for evac. We better pray nothing happened to her. I don't feel like facing him with that ice cannon. No. What's that? I'll get you out of there. Flush him out. Something hit you?
Oh shoot, wait, no. Oh no. Oh, I committed to this.
Use smoke to get away. This bastard's got everything. Checking on man down.
I'm a ninja. My wife calls me the ninja that got away. I don't know what it means.
He went this way. Possible man down. Search the area. Find him. The Batman knows when to wait, when to watch, and when to attack. But so do you. Stay alert.
Nora's life is in danger. I need to investigate the cryo chamber.
Yo girl, what's up?
Batman.
Try not to move.
For what, another lifetime?
You know how long it's been.
Too long. It was like dreaming, but I could hear Victor.
She's not as attractive as I was thinking she would turn out to be.
Batman, where is she? Have you found her?
She's here, Victor. She's awake.
No. You have to bring her back.
Let me speak to him. Victor?
Nora, don't be afraid. I will save you.
Victor.
As soon as you're back, I'll freeze you again.
Please. Stop.
System error.
Why would she say that?
Rejected.
I will save you, Nora. I'm nearly there. The next round of therapies.
Don't you see? I don't want saving. Not anymore.
Why not?
Victor, the generator.
But you're dying, Nora.
Victor?
Why does she not want to be saved? That doesn't make any sense.
Victor! Oh, God, no!
Massive explosion in the bay. Ice freaks up to something. Send in the drones.
We have to go, now.
You would think she would be more compliant about him trying to save her. Honestly. Makes no sense.
Please, hurry.
I will. Victor, do you read me?
Batman, cryogenerator. Maybe salvageable.
The militia are coming. You have to leave.
No, I won't fail her.
We have to help him.
Sir, Freeze's vessel has come under heavy fire. Reinforcements are inbound.
Oh dear God. Oh, frick. Oh my gosh, this is painful. You know, for all this great technology with the Batmobile, its tires are freaking crap. This thing cannot stay on a straight edge to save its own life. My gosh. Wow, that's a really cinematic shot. What does it mean? Oh yeah. Viagra.
Stop them. I need time to fix my equipment. It's the only way I can save her.
I'm on his side. I'm not really on Nora's side or whoever else. Okay, I feel like the game is still kind of loud. What the frick? Alright, that should be better.
I've lost the drone.
Barely better.
Diamond back offline.
Sir, initial deployment was unsuccessful. Reinforcements inbound. I'll send everything we have.
Master Bruce, the militia are going to keep coming. That ice won't hold.
Victor, you can take them all out. Detonate the generator.
No, I need it for Nora.
Victor, it's okay. It's what I want.
No.
Victor?
Freaking screw this chick, man.
You're not getting away, Batman.
Why would you give a crap about what she wants? Come on.
Victor!
Mama's been hit.
Master Bruce, you're running out of time.
Lost the Mamba drone. Mamba offline.
Mamba. Mamba.
Taking fire. Twin Rattler down.
Victor, take them out! Victor, now! Victor!
Alpha targets hit a drone.
I love you, Laura.
Twin Rattler hit.
My work. The equipment.
And this washed up biatch.
I can't save you.
He risked it all for her.
Victor, this isn't you. I won't let you destroy yourself anymore. I wish I could have told you sooner.
I don't want you to die, Nora.
Then let me live.
That's so stupid. Oh my gosh.
We won't have much time. Days.
Time never has been on our side, Victor.
Well, good luck, Biatch. She's literally melting away like an ice cube. So. At that point, it's just better to have a make-believe wife than a actual one.
Sir, the ship has set course to leave Gotham. Should I keep tracking them?
Let them go. We won't see them again.
Especially the biatch. I mean, of course, it's all fun and games. She's a splendid woman, I guess. What'd you say about me, son? What's up? I don't take kindly to strangers. You rude! What a biatch! This game is so dark in so many ways.
I want this fight to last.
Where's the light? I don't see light. Why is it so sad? I'm crying. Literally shaking. Chills. Hey, what's up, biatch?
It's the bat. He's tailing us. Reinforcements incoming.
Oh, what? Alright, I guess it's a chase now.
Enemy engaging.
Oh, dude.
Taking fire.
This reminds me of that one time with my wife. We were having a dispute about how she folded my clothing, and well, it turned out like this. Wasn't a good situation.
One of the militia's APCs. I need the driver picked up and taken back to GCPD.
I'll get someone on it, Batman.
Oh, that was a mistake. Alright, let's do this. I don't want to be here anymore. Let's go. My gosh. You guys are getting wrecked. Did you ever consider just not?
Oh, this is like Arkham City. We've got the whole damn place. Brute force works on unskilled opponents, Batman. But are you ready to take on a warrior?
Why is this guy goading me every 2 seconds? Doesn't he have like a Tinder or something to get to? Alright, let's do this. Just open the door to a heist. It's typically how it goes, isn't it?
All right, boys, go, go, go! We're gonna be rich even after Harvey takes his cut. Well, both his cuts.
My attacks will be covered by the noise of the alarm. No need to be subtle.
Come on, boys. I want to get back while Harvey's still in a good mood.
I can't leave while there's a robbery in progress.
No dip. Batman.
Hey, dude!
Can I go in here? Love it. Freaking easy.
Okay, men. Every time the bat gets one of you, we're gonna toss the coin. Heads, it's tails for this chump. We'll tell you why. Gentlemen, it's bonus time. You want to double your pay tonight? It's as easy as this. Kill the bat now!
Two-Face cut the alarm. I need to be quiet.
We can't help it. He's under the freaking floor! I'll check the guy he knocked out.
All right, be quick.
Yeah, that always works out.
What happened to you? I'm gonna go see him.
Oh, ouch.
I knew you wouldn't let this slide. Remember when I had the principles? Remember when I told Gordon we should arrest you? Said we shouldn't work with vigilantes? You promised me we'd crush crime in Gotham within the year. Was I ever part of the plan? Or was I just a distraction? A pretty boy lawyer the mob could focus all that hate on, while you tore them apart. Last chance. Get out of my way, or I deal with you myself.
Cash. The Drescher Bank's secure. Send a car for Dent's men.
On it.
Ah.
We'll break the bat. I know it. We've got the numbers. We just keep attacking. To be honest, I'm glad we're behind these barriers. It's open season out there. Don't worry, all non-militia personnel have got their orders. Yeah, the ones we know about. I don't know where that penguin guy got these guns, but whatever the Arkham Knight's paying him, it's not enough.
Okay, that's weird. Okay. Oh.
Weapon switch! What's with all the green question mark crap around the place? Some sort of citywide art festival? Pretty damn pretentious if you ask me. Where were you based? Miyagani. I was running support on the APCs. You seen Batman? You think he's as good as they say?
I won't fall at your feet like these men, Batman. You're gonna have to kill me.
Okay.
This whole city's a mess. We need Joker back. He'd get everybody in line.
Simulation activated.
Over here!
Ain't alone in here. Everybody work fast.
He's gone. He went over there. I see him! He's over here! I lost him. He went that way.
Another man down, guys. Another one.
I don't care who you are. I see him! He's over here! Oh! He's gone! He went over there! I found him! Over here! He's using the floor grate! I see him! He's over here!
He's using the floor.
Simulation complete.
Good enough. All right. So, right there is the Riddler mission, but I don't really think we need to do it. I think that's pretty much all, you know? We've played through the main game, and we played through quite enough of these side missions to really see what they're about. Can't really say I'm too interested in doing much else. Yo, what's up? But let's take a look. So the towers are almost completely down. Penguin, yep. Gotham on fire. I hate those. Those missions are terrible. We haven't finished that. Or helping out these guys. We haven't really done anything with these. We haven't messed with Azrael. It's not terrible to interact with him, but the Riddler stuff, oh my gosh, there's just way too much to do on that. Yeah, I don't know why they made it so annoying, but we finished a good number of these two, although I don't really want to deal with that much more, so I think that's fine. I think we've done enough. So, yeah. The DLC missions. The DLC is interesting. And
So, who's Robin? Does Bruce Wayne have a kid or something?
let's do this. So the DLC missions they're good enough for what they were, right? Nothing too crazy or exciting, but it just tells you a little bit more about some of these characters and the way that some of these things happened, specifically how they captured Poison Ivy, or whatever, or when I was playing the game, I had a question about something. I forget what it was, but right, kind of shows you like Barbara when she was Batgirl, okay. Shows Nightwing dealing with Penguin, dealing with him. Red Hood dealing with Black Mask. You've got Robin who took down Two-Face. And Catwoman, I guess she's clearing out Riddler's bank account. Okay. So that's pretty much everything that we see there. Not bad. The women in Arkham are absolutely sexy. Incredibly hot. We do not get female characters like these anymore. They're all ugly, feminists, with disgusting faces and bodies. Or just really lame, below average bodies. So, for the most part, all of the women in this game are attractive. Not really. This is the ugliest Arkham game though, let's be clear on that. A bunch of the women were hot in Arkham Asylum, Arkham City. All the main cast of women are the hottest in Arkham City. They definitely have the best bodies in Arkham City. Although I really like the outfit of Harley Quinn in this game, obviously her boobs are not as big as they were in the previous games. And same with Catwoman. Even though I do like her boobs in this game, the issue is that her cleavage is way too zipped up. It's kind of annoying. And then of course we know everything that I've said many times on Poison Ivy, so it kind of made her a little bit frumpier than in the previous games. She was a lot tighter looking in the previous games, so I don't know why they changed her, but they did. But this was a game where the ESG, and really what does that mean? The wokeness was seeping through. These ideological infiltrators were seeping through into Rocksteady. They eventually got to them. And when they did, right, they started to slowly uglify a lot of the women. But, you know, one of the things I really like about this game is that all the women's boobs have a lot of sway. I don't know why, right? It's not jiggle physics, it's just sway physics. Like, for some reason, they flow with the wind. It's really weird, but, I mean, I'm down bad for that. So, okay, fine. But outside of that, it's kind of interesting. Yeah, I mean, mixtures of hotness with the women, but outside of that, man, I can't really say that much else. They're not really afraid, I guess, of the men being attractive, right? For the most part. But yeah, dude, Paul Dini not working on this game definitely hurt the story. I can totally feel it. This would have been a different story under Paul Dini, and there is something really soulless about this game, and I've already detailed it. The personas behind all the characters are very one-note and one-dimensional. Overwhelmingly, they're only as deep as what they are expressed to be on the surface. So there's not that much more going on to any of them. Again, it's like Redditor relationships. It's like how people understand each other on Reddit. They don't have a deep understanding of who somebody is, and they're only showing you the mask of who they want you to think they are. That's it. That's all it is. And that's this game. So, with the personalities and personas of the characters, when you look at Arkham Asylum, the characters are so much more down to earth. You really have a good understanding of who they are. You know? You have a more intimate idea and personality behind Catwoman, behind Poison Ivy. There's more depth to all these characters. Robin, Harley Quinn. Even though there's plenty of good performance on a lot of the characters here, right? That's because they were holding the ship together before it sank as the giant Titanic it was, right? Because after this game, we saw Gotham Knights come out, and that was a freaking disaster in more ways than one. And then Suicide Squad killed the Justice League. That game comes out, and that game completely deconstructs Joker, deconstructs Harley Quinn. Those characters are nothing like who they are. So they just go out of their way to destroy so many of the characters that we know and love. And then once you're dealt with the corpse of these characters, it's like, well, what do you do next, right? Jeez. I hate Suicide Squad. That game is so awful. Terrible gameplay, the whole thing. I hate that game more than you know, man. It is a bad game. It is so tedious to play. But it is really weird right now because right now I'm playing through a lot of these older games. And I love these older games. I loved Arkham Asylum. I loved Arkham City. This game, there's plenty that I love. I mean, at least Harley Quinn is still the obsessive girlfriend that she's supposed to be of Joker. There's supposed to be a little bit more depth to who she is, but again, Paul Dini, for whatever reason, they chose not to hire the guy for this game. Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. But you know, they made it work. It's a passable product where you notice that the writing is different, but you think it's similar enough to the previous games. That's like, I guess Paul Dini, or whoever the writer was from the previous games, I guess he's still working on it. That's what you think when you're playing the game. The first time around, And now knowing much more, it's really unfortunate that he wasn't hired on. And I read some of what he wanted to do with this story. He wanted to have Hush, and I think it was Hush and Jason Todd. He wanted them to, I think, both frame Batman, Bruce Wayne, for doing something he didn't commit. And then that was the story. And then that was working with Scarecrow. And surrounding that, I think he wanted to bring Mr. Freeze into that whole interaction, I think. Or maybe it was someone else. I forget who it was. Anyways, Dini had a different idea of the story, and I don't hold it against the writers for bringing back Joker, because it really does hurt a story with Batman when you don't have the Joker. Joker's a big deal with the Batman universe. Now, you can have a story that's competently written without Joker. It's a good thing that they were willing to kill Joker in the previous game. It's a really good thing, because you can never be too afraid of throwing away any character, even if your character is the best character you've ever come up with. So your audience has to completely buy into the idea that your story is not only legitimate, but that there's some kind of realism behind it. That the stakes are absolutely real, that anyone can die. And when you do have a story where, like, the main villain, you're like, oh, this guy won't die, right? He's the bread and butter of the dynamic between the main character and himself. You say, nope, we're killing the main guy, the main antagonist, or even the main hero, right? That's what we do with this game, and it's in the true ending of this game. Batman, basically, he dies as the hero. So you have to be willing to sacrifice any of your characters if you want to make a proper story, because a story should never be a story that never ends. If it's a story that never ends, then you are sacrificing the immersion, you're sacrificing the legitimacy of your narrative. You have to be willing to go anywhere with your characters. You can't give a crap about anybody, what they think. You can't give a crap about what sentiments or sensibilities, sensitivities that your audience might have about certain things. No, you have to go as far and as deep as the story is calling you to go. And when you make that, you end up making a story that people will not only remember, but a story that is also unique. And that's what people want. They want unique stories. I could go into a tangent about that. I won't do it. You have a problem nowadays where everyone within book industries, movie industries, television, they tell you right within a genre. They tell you right within these already pre-established domains of value. Absolutely not. You know, you never chase a trend, because that's where the trends go to die, when you chase a trend. And also, ultimately, the ideas that do sell are the ideas that are unique and uniquely conceived. They have to have a sovereign identity if they're going to have any relevance for purchase. Now, of course, there are plenty of purchasers who want slop storytelling. They want those stories that are not creatively imagined. They want those stories where someone just had to copy somebody else's ideas lazily. There are purchasers for all that. But those are audiences who are brain dead. Let's just be clear about it. They are brain dead audiences. They don't have any expectations of quality, really. And they're buying products that are going to be forgotten as quickly as they were bought. So you never want to be the writer that, for any kind of product, that makes disposable fiction. You never want to do that. You want to make a story that is intended to be remembered and to fundamentally to be relived, you know? And that's what a lot of people actually do with the Arkham games. You have no clue how many people pick up Arkham Asylum again, Arkham City. Now, I've heard many people say this, and I agree with their I agree with their sentiment and some of the reasoning. Some people saying this. A A lot of people go back to play Arkham Asylum and Arkham City. Well, yeah, because those games waste a lot less of your time, and they tell much more cohesive storylines. There's a lot of annoying, vexing elements of this game and its story. Let's just be clear. There's so much wasted time going to and from one location to the other location. There's a lot of dead space, a lot of dead time thrown about everywhere. I don't know what they were thinking doing that, but it's like, let's just waste the player's time. How about that? And they do. They waste your time. You're going through a lot of the same fights, you know, you're having round 1, round 2s of stealth segments, stuff like that. And, you know, I like the gameplay, and I don't blame them for making you want to play more gameplay compared to the previous games, but it drags out the story, and it does sacrifice the story, and honestly, they should have synergized it better. They needed to find a way, and I have ideas, but again, I'm not the one that made the game. So they needed to figure out again, I could throw my ideas out there, but it doesn't matter when it comes down to the fact that I didn't make the game. They needed to figure out a way to make the story faster, less dead space and dead time, filler being filled in between the main story beats. They needed to figure out a way to make the story happen faster. You're a video game, bro. You have way more time than a movie does. Why are you taking no longer than is necessary with your story? Think about that. You don't need to drag things out. You don't need to have your player going back and forth to the clock tower, to this thing, that thing. Now, I get some of it. I do. It's a slow build, it's a slow burn into the narrative, even though Batman himself isn't showing to you that he's budging, you're seeing how, for yourself as the viewer, you're like, okay, this thing's happening, that thing's happening, this thing's happening, he's going here, and now this is happening, right? Slow burn of slowly things are starting to fall apart for Batman as he's trying to save not only the people that he cares about, but also the city. And so, okay, that works, right? And I respect it for what it is. But let's just be honest, they do kind of drag it out, and they could have executed the story a lot differently. Because let's not lie and say that the story is super good. And Paul Dini absolutely should have worked on this project. This series was his baby. Let's just be clear about that too. He wrote Arkham Asylum, then he wrote for Arkham City, and they brought in 2 other guys, Paul Crocker and Sefton Hill, and then they kicked out Paul Dini, and I don't know what happened with Paul Crocker. I don't know what he did, but both Pauls were taken out of the team, and then it was Sefton Hill, Ian Ball, and Martin Lancaster. With this game, why would you ever do that? You had a visionary for your whole series. Right there, that was company politics stepping in the way of creative endeavor, and that was also woke ESG oversight, saying, you know, screw whoever the heck is still working on your product. You do the guys that we give you. Because apparently Sefton Hill, Ian, and Martin, those guys were all in-house writers for Rocksteady. So whatever you want to call it, I will call it corporate nepotism. And because Paul Dini was now part of the Cool Kids Club over at Rocksteady, he got kicked out. Even though he was the one that built up their game, you know, it's crazy to think about. He built up the narrative to their game. I have things to criticize about Arkham Asylum and Arkham City in their narratives, but without a doubt, there is a memorable identity to those 2 games. And to this game, the story really is a blur. There's a lot of stuff that happens but a lot of it doesn't really mean anything if you really think about it. I would say this is a lot like Timothy Zahn writing, by the way, where the characters, they run all across the galaxy for no good reason. It's like, oh, you know, we gotta go talk to this smuggler. Oh, this smuggler, he suddenly shows up. Oh, draw your pistols. Oh, it's a Western standoff. And then it's, okay, you know, we're gonna work out a deal. Or, oh, okay, they just say a bunch of stuff. And then story really goes nowhere because of it. And you know that's like, okay, all roads end at a certain location. This is an on-rails story, and you're trying to add a lot of fluff to treat your story as if it's not on rails and that there's not a predetermined ending. And there is. We know that Luke Skywalker's gonna win. We know that Mara Jade's not gonna die because she has to be impregnated by Luke Skywalker by the end of the series. Even though he does tell Mara Jade to be a girl boss and be a career woman at the end of the 3rd book. Oh my gosh. Man, oh man, the Thrawn trilogy was such a bad book series, dude. And you have a lot of people who sit there and they will shill for that series. And it's like, I don't know who the frick these people think they are, but you have no idea what quality is. Holy freaking crap. But it shows to you how low the bar is. How low the expectation of standards are. It really does show to you how little people really expect out of storytelling, and you know, it really is disappointing. It really is disappointing how low people's standards are, because then you end up buying a product that they refer you to, and then it's a complete waste. And it's like, I need to be paid for the time that I wasted. I wasted time reading your dog crap story. I need someone to pay me for this freaking bull crap. It's ridiculous. You know, giving a crappy recommendation of playing a game or specifically experiencing a story, it's not harmless, dude. You're wasting someone's time. Don't tell them to pick up a crappy Dogwater story. So anyways, for me, I just don't take those people serious anymore. I mean, like, that's just me. That's me personally. It's like, okay. And there are some stories, by the way, that are good. And it's just like, okay, you know, this story's not good for me. I'm not a huge fan of it. But I see why other people will love this story because it has that objective layer of quality. There is an objective layer of quality to every story and also subjective. You can say that a story is really has a lot of good elements to it, a lot of redeeming factors, but you can also sit there and say, but it's not for me. Yeah. Then you got other people who say that Dogwater horse crap stories are good, and then you waste your time and money on those Dogwater horse crap stories, and you're like, why did I do this? I think I wasted overall $50 on the Thrawn trilogy, and I am so pissed. That's a lot of wasted money. But here we are. So. Ay. What a freaking joke. But anyway, I don't know if anything from the EU is better. There's the oh shoot, what is it? There's a Darkseid user EU story that I'm actually a little bit interested in. I think it's the Rule of Two is what it's called. I wonder if it's any good. I don't know. I don't know who I don't know who to trust anymore. It's like, I don't want to have my time and money wasted, you know? It's tough. It really is tough. Frick. I don't know, man. Anyways, it's really tough just picking up the right books, you know, to read. But this game's story was forgettable in the end. It really was forgettable. There's some interesting themes and concepts and ideas explored in the writing here. I will tell you that. Some interesting ideas. But some of them don't really land home. Some of them are half-baked. Some of them are not fully legitimized. similar to the last game, you have certain ideas that were not fully legitimized. And yet that's the crux of the story, and I criticize that too. But I still give a crap about the characters. I give a crap about what they say. I give a crap about what's happening to Batman, happening to all the other characters. I like a character even though they haven't been on screen for very long. I don't like the way that they changed Cobblepot. He's not this snooty, highbrow mobster who's a little bit of a coward, you know, in this game like he was in the previous game. They kind of turned him into a little bit of a I think what they wanted him to be was a money grubbing creep. That's what they wanted him to be in this game, and I don't like that. There's supposed to be this opulence to the character of Penguin, and that's what we saw in the previous games, and that's not what we got here. So, hold on a minute. Okay, interesting. Huh. Okay, so I'm looking at... Oh. I'm looking up a word right now. Austerity. Austerity is largely an economic term, and it refers to sternness or severity of manner or attitude, extreme plainness and simplicity of style or appearance, or conditions characterized by severity, sternness, or asceticism. So, okay. Yeah, so just sternness in general. I get austerity and opulence kind of mixed up with each other. There's a little bit of crossover between those two, but not entirely. But right, being regimented, having discipline, that is to be austere. So, anyway. So yeah, the story to this game is interesting, because you can tell that there was a change in writers, and it does affect it. I don't know if we're going to be picking this game back up again. If I'm being honest, I'm just going to say this. I think what I'm going to be doing, I think I'm just going to be making the review, because I think we played enough of the game. I don't want to play much more after this, if at all. I think we played a lot of the game. I think that this is, gameplay-wise, I think this is the best game. Now, of course, the controls do really piss me off at times. There are things that you're trying to do, and it just doesn't work. And it's like, well, what the frick is going on here? You know? But towards the end of me playing this game and getting all my upgrades as well, the upgrades really didn't matter that much, but towards the end of playing this game, you know, I really started to get into a flow with the combat. I really started to figure out which gadgets are really the most useful and which ones are really not going to serve you that much, but I also realized how certain gadgets can help you cancel out certain elements of certain enemies, right? Canceling out certain features of an enemy, and it gives you open windows to do whatever you want. So in the end of playing this game, I did eventually get better at it. Still, again, it is very frustrating that you will press a button and the things that you want to have happen doesn't happen. So that is very frustrating. I don't really know what that's about. There just seems to be a little bit of a disconnect. But whatever. See, I have a couple more thoughts. Because when you look at it, really does. See, if I didn't know about the change up in the writers, I would have a very different way of speaking about this. I know I could tell that there was a different writer writing for this game, but now I have a very different outlook. The continuity of all three games, I look at it very differently now. I don't look at them as a chronology with each other anymore. I see Arkham Asylum and City being connected to one another, but this game is largely not very connected with those first two games, if we're being honest. It's just because they made enough alterations. So narratively speaking, I can't really treat all three games as being a part of the same series necessarily, because there's just so much that's different about Arkham Knight. And they went a very different direction with Joker than what Paul Dini was developing throughout the first two games. So, a little bit unfortunate to see that. But it is interesting how you have this, the T virus is a core titular plot device that follows with us through each game and is slowly affecting Batman and the world that he lives in, right? And he's kind of fighting off this illness throughout each game. And I think that's kind of interesting that they held that plot point throughout each game and that the identity of Joker follows with him in that sense. I think it is interesting. And I think there was a lot of interesting concepts pursued in this game. You know? But, man oh man. Man oh man. The story to this game is very weird. I don't like some of the executions, you know? It doesn't work, everything with Joker. And how he takes over Batman's mind and he just starts blasting everybody away with his shotgun. Okay. And then how Batman just locks him away in a cell. Okay. And I see, like, Joker doesn't care that what people think of him after he's dead. For him, it's all about existing within chaos, creating chaos, because the life is a stage for Joker. He invites death every day. That's a part of his insanity. That's a part of his character, and that's a part of Harley Quinn. They enjoy the chaos, and they enjoy playing on the verge of life and death. So I don't like how he got medical with these characters in the third game rather than conceptual, because Joker's not medical. Joker is not this narcissist that's like, oh, please don't forget me, blah, blah, blah. No, he's just a villain. And he has his motivations, he has his premise, and he's committed to those in life and death. It's not like in death, suddenly he grows to fear his own irrelevance. It's so stupid. I hate that they did that with him. But I don't know, like, there could be also that element that's like, okay, that's Batman's fears with Joker. He fears that Joker would ever be remembered. And maybe he resolves part of his fear that Joker, the essence of Joker being remembered. Given the fact that Joker's now dead, he resolves the idea that, okay, the essence and the archetype of Joker will no longer have as much sway and relevance because he's dead now. He won't be as inspiring to another new Joker because he's gone. But it doesn't mean anything because Batman himself, he doesn't change because of the ending. The only thing that he does is say, I'm done with being a crime fighter. And he doesn't care about anything other than that or anything further than that. you know, it just, it doesn't work. It really doesn't work. Yeah, it doesn't work. I don't really know what they were trying to say with the end of the story. I really don't. Because it doesn't actually last with the character. Unless that's why Batman's retiring, is that now he's comfortable with the idea of killing a criminal. But I mean, again, even that's stupid. I don't know. There's a point where it's too vague with some of the things that you know, it's really good to have in storytelling. That's kind of, it's up in the air. It's up to your interpretation. Okay, this is what these characters are. But like, it's way better that things are up to interpretation, but the character still has their motivations, and it's very clear what they roughly believe in and why they're doing what they're doing, even if it's not fully explained. Because it doesn't need to be fully explained. At the very least, the character just needs to make it clear what their sentiment is. In this game, and really, I would almost say in all of the games, Batman never really makes his sentiments clear, why he does what he does. You never understand his methodology, besides the fact that he just refuses to kill. Okay. But it's kind of weak. You know, because it's like, okay, so these criminals, they're just going to continue doing their criminal things because you refuse to kill these guys. You know? Whatever their schemes are, it's just going to continue. It would all be brought to an end if you just dealt the death penalty. If you delivered to them what they deserve. But, you know, here we are. Yeah. Although, I think there's some interesting philosophical angles that you could go at for why a hero does not want to kill. Like, for instance, the fact that he's afraid of legitimizing the idea of a villain. Even if it's irrational, the hero doesn't want to legitimize the idea of a villain killing him. So he refuses, therefore, to kill villains, right? He wants them to show mercy to him if he's ever on the downturn of his own luck, right? But that's not what the story was about, you know? And that's not what this game was about. And that's not really the idea that I think the Arkham series had. But, I mean, that could be interesting, is that the hero really, it's not because of some kind of weird, noble virtue that really isn't that noble. When you look at it for the long and short of it all. Having forgiveness for criminals, like, what the frick are we doing, dude? Come on. What they want you to do is just disassociate a criminal from their crimes, which is just, that is the low-key propaganda here. I cannot stand it. It's liberal indoctrination that a criminal just shouldn't be dealt the death penalty for what they've done. Or some kind of severe punishment that has to do with the fact that it's like, you have disregarded a basic contract to civilization. And not a liberal's understanding of, I hate this. Anyways, screw what liberals think anything is. A liberal's notion of a contract to civilization is just stupidity. But again, you know, we're just talking about basic principles, basically the 10 Commandments. When a criminal breaks those, okay, you don't have a place in our society anymore, get out. You know? But instead we put them in a prison and we take the income from a working populace, their tax dollars, and then we supply further existence to these criminals. And we even, sometimes we let them back into society. What the frick are you doing? No, never bring them back, you know? it would only be for misdemeanors that you would ever really bring them back, that they could have a path of redemption. But again, that's just, again, we're talking about thugs. We're talking about dudes who kill. You know, come on, man. We're talking about legitimate criminals. Anyway. Okay, so I don't know. I don't know what to say about the ethics of these stories. All I can tell you is I'm okay with these ethics being in stories, right? And again, I've said this many times, but I'll say it one more time. My biggest issue is the fact that all heroes nowadays, they have to hold egalitarian principles. And they have to also be these raging liberals who refuse to kill. So you don't actually really stand for anything ultimately, but you're also too much of a coward to live by the sword, live by the blade. And that's the only thing that's ever legitimized civilization throughout history. Are the men who are willing to live by the blade, the men who are willing to pick up a gun and fight for a country. Again, this is propaganda. It's telling you don't fight for anything because that makes you ethically compromised. Well, that's bullcrap, man. There are no safe nations with any prosperity because a bunch of men chose to be cowards because of ethics. Come on. You have to be the gentleman that is willing to be a brute with the brutish man. You know, the beast-like man, the man that is the raging degenerate of culture and civilization. You need a civilized man that wields the strength and the modem of brutality against the uncivil, degenerate, delinquent man. You have to be willing to live by the blade against a foe to create a civilization that's worthy and worth living in. It's the second that you believe that you shouldn't fight for your ethics to secure them as well, is the second that you believe that you should also sacrifice your ethics. You have to fight for your ethics. There is no other way. When you stop fighting for your ethics, they will falter, they will fail, and you will be subjugated by an external force of ethics. And you take it all for granted until it's all lost. Once it's all lost, well, then you wake up to your own ignorance. And that is the ignorance of liberalism, is that liberalism is always afforded its blindness by past generations of brutal men. And now you are living off of the abundance, off of the, what could you call it? Like the insurance, the ethical insurance of your past forefathers and their brutality. Because of their brutality and their willingness to stuff their enemy beneath their foot, now you have multiple generations of men who are too afraid to stand up against that stronger nation. But then when you sit there and you say, well, we should be weaker and we should cower ourselves before others and their ethics and their beliefs and their philosophies, well, it's like, okay, well, now everything that your forefathers fought for, that your enemies now fear you thereof, that will go by the wayside. When that goes by the wayside, you're going to be looking around yourself asking, where's the brutal man again? We are put into a situation where we have no other choice. We are in no position for compromise. And by the way, there is never a good time for compromise. But you'll live during a time where the illusion of compromise can no longer be afforded. And now you are simply under the state of Someone has to make a freaking decision here. Someone has to do something. And when you exist within such a domain where, okay, you're such a coward yourself, you think that you're an inspired intellectual, you're not. You sold your ethics in shackles and chains to another outside source, another outside civilization, whatever, another outside group. Again, now you're going to be begging and groveling and waiting for the day that the brutal man, the brutish man, who hopefully, by the way, hopefully has the mind of a gentleman, but the hand of a brute. You're hoping, but you're not going to be able to make the choice now. Now it's up to who is the first brutal man that is going to secure the path forward. That is the only choice that you have right now. And that's what you're left with. And maybe you're lucky enough that you have a brutal man that is wielding the mind of a philosopher as well. And let's be honest, when you think about the founding fathers for America, that is what they were. They had the perfect synergy within their mind, their mindsets, within the frame of their minds, within the frames of their regulatory thinking. They were largely one of the best representatives of the brutal hand and the sophisticated mind. And you have other nations throughout history that were very much the same thing. I mean, you can think about the European nations after the Roman Empire fell. You can even look at the Crusaders in that way. There's a little bit more that goes on with all that, but they were seeking sophistication, but they were in a time of brutality, so very interesting dichotomy there. So the Crusades were a very interesting time of history with just studying it, like psychologically, it's an interesting time in history. But anyway. So, I don't know what I think about this game, you know. I don't know what to say. Like, think about the entire meta narrative between all three games, right? And ultimately, it is the war between the sophisticated man and the brutal man. Joker being the brutish man, but let's be honest, Batman is the mixture of the gentleman and the brutish man. Specifically, that the gentleman is Bruce Wayne. Bruce Wayne is the gentleman archetype. He's the gentleman persona of Batman, and Batman is the mixture between Joker and Bruce Wayne. And that's kind of what these three games consistently challenge the notion thereof through the character of Batman, is how far can he balance himself between the brutality of a man like Joker. And by the way, Joker's brutality is not the same as Batman being brutal. Even if Batman killed, they would not be the same. Their category would be similar, but their function would not be the same. The conditions that make up who they are and the way that they function are not the same. So there would be a lot more complexity to these characters. But Joker is ultimately the delinquent man who is a brutal man, a brute. Joker is the brute, delinquent. Batman is the disciplined, regulatory, brutish man. So they're very different from one another because Batman is a very methodical, a very organized mind, and Joker's not. But if we want to be fair, if we want to deliver the benefit of the doubt to these writers, okay, then fine. Let's say that the writing for these stories overall is the balancing act between how far can a disciplined man like Batman regulate himself and his own brutality between his sophistication against the probing temptations of the delinquent, undisciplined man being who is a brute, being Joker, right? Right, and you can say that when you scuffle and when you engage with and when you fight, when you go to war against the delinquent, brutish man, then you have a seed of that, right? You kind of have a stored illness of that man's archetype will very quickly and soon within your scuffle, within your war against the delinquent brute, an element of his own degeneracy will be imprinted upon you, and you will be in consistent war with neglecting and resisting his delinquent temptations for you to fall into, let's say, his own irregulation of behavior, his undisciplined nature. That's what you could say that the meta narrative is. And that's kind of what Joker represents to Batman, is the temptation to just fall into true unregulated brutality and enforce yourself against the world without any self-control. What's the word for it? What's the opposite of impulse? But anyways, to be the man that does not neglect his own impulsion to brutality, right? And that is the idea of Joker, is tempting a man like Batman, who is the disciplined mind. Inhibitive, I believe, is the word I was looking for. Right. And to pull out of Batman his own inhibitions and have him just go wild. To break him in his mind. To make him lose his patience. Lose all hope in other ways. And he breaks and he ends up committing very similar levels of brutality, let's say, like Joker. Again, if Batman did kill, that would not be a problem, and you could still have a character with Batman. And there was a time, or rather, there are comic runs of Batman killing, as far as I remember. So, there is that duality of the character that can exist, though. And you do need both sides of Batman. The side that's willing to kill and the side that's not willing to kill. But anyway, you can look at the meta narrative, though, of these 3 games, and you can just see that as you engage to war against the delinquent, brutal mind of mankind, right? And when we think of Joker, it's at its highest peak of its delinquency and its competency within its delinquency. But there will be a vestige, a seed of tempting doubt for a man that is disciplined within his brutality to break free from his inhibitions and give in to his impulses, and equally become the delinquent man, or be at risk of somehow falling into that thinking pattern or whatever, somehow losing yourself in the fight. So that's kind of the meta narrative, is the idea of how long can you sustain going to war until the attrition of the mind takes place, where the disciplined, brutish man eventually falls into true, undisciplined, uninhibited brutality. And that's kind of the idea behind every single storyline that we see here, is how hard Batman is willing to fight and how stoic he is willing to remain, that despite how people try to mess with his mind and how they try to break him and how much they try to cast him within fear, cast him within hopelessness, cast him within his own weakness, whatever it is that they're inflicting upon him, he remains so stoic as to maintain his own sense of discipline. He doesn't let up on his stalwart stoicism. So in part, that's one of the main themes to Batman and who he is exactly that. And that's kind of what these separate stories are going into with his character. Largely speaking, Arkham Asylum was pretty much just a comic book game, a comic book movie, right? It's just Batman going at it against the criminals and villains of Gotham. There really wasn't that many themes going on there. It was really dumb, just like trying to prove to you that, hey, we should be able to make a full trilogy out of this. Will you buy our first game enough? It's like a tech demo, if we're being honest. It's an over-glorified tech demo when you play Arkham Asylum. And then you get into City, and City is basically the game that they wanted to make when they made Arkham Asylum. And then you get into Arkham Knight, and they just build upon everything that they wanted the previous game to kind of be. The city is a lot more alive in Arkham Knight. I do like that. There's more going on. There's more activities to take place in. More challenge missions that you can play. The whole 9 yards. But yeah, because of their decisions at Rocksteady, though, they definitely sacrificed the narrative. Unfortunate that they did that. Those are pretty much my thoughts. And now I have to make the actual review, but I would say that that's kind of the whole decompression of all my thoughts. Everything after everything that we've played here. It's interesting to look at it all and look at the meta narrative. And you could say that in the finale of this entire series, Batman locked away all the temptations, or he in some way resolved. Again, it's so vague. I mean, you could go two ways with it, but let me just say it in one way. He locked away the temptations to become the delinquent, brutish man by locking away Joker within his own mind. Now again, it's super stupid. Somehow, right, being Joker resists the fear toxin. But then Batman mindset gurus himself to resist the T-virus as well. Huh? What? So think about that. Batman already has the T virus. And the fear toxin, basically, the T virus makes Batman immune to the fear toxin. Which has long-standing effects, of course. The fear toxin does. I don't think it's permanent, but it definitely will affect someone's mind for a prolonged period of time. So it's a very longevitive poison of the mind. Oh no, but it does have long-lasting effects. So because Batman's already infected, right? Now the fear toxin is basically going to war, and both the fear toxin and Joker's T virus basically represent two separate archetypes and psyches, the psyche of Scarecrow and the psyche of Joker. But that's the whole thing about Joker, is that he's so crazy and he's so chaotic, and he embraces so much of entropy, he fears nothing. So it's stupid that he feared anything by the end of this game. That's what was so stupid. It makes sense that you would be immune to the fear toxin if you were infected with the T virus, because you have no regard for your own life. You are the absolute entity of entropy. You don't care about life or death. So for the fact that Joker gives any crap, apparently that's like, somehow that's what broke Joker's archetype within Batman's head, right? The essence of the T virus was broken because Joker ultimately fears his own irrelevancy. No, that's not true. And that's not who his character was built up to be and understood to be in the previous two games. So that doesn't make any sense. He thrives on chaos. He thrives on the potentiality that he might die. He administered to himself the T virus. He knew what he was doing. And he played life and death on himself with the cure. I mean, Joker was constantly, he didn't necessarily want to push it so far that he would die, but he was willing to see that happen. And you're telling me that he fears anything? That his psyche fears anything about his own relevancy after death? No, his entire mindset is a carnival ride. You care about the thrills of now. Screw it, the legacy of later. He doesn't care. So that right there is ridiculous and stupid. I can't believe that they tried to make that an element of his character. And so the fact that somehow the fear toxin and the T virus canceled each other out, that the archetype of fear and the archetype of chaotic entropy, somehow those two things coming together canceled each other out and cured Batman. And again, those two things didn't even directly cancel each other out. It was Batman mindset guruing himself that somehow canceled it out. It just doesn't make any sense. It's weird fantasy guru magic is what happens. Because the problem is that the only thing that should have canceled anything out, the T virus absolutely should have canceled out the fear toxin. Yeah, Joker doesn't fear anything. That's what makes him who he is. And then there's the man that is Batman. And what does he represent? Because he does represent the living vessel, the living being, the conscious mind, the conscientious thinker, who is disciplined and forward thinking enough that his own mind would maneuver around the effects for a prolonged period of time of the T virus. So see what's happening here is that we're playing with ideas, we're playing with themes. Part of it makes sense, but really where all of it falls apart. And actually I'm starting to think that they were forcing this narrative beat because I don't think they actually had a good idea. I think they wrote themselves into a corner. They had no idea how they were writing the fear toxin and the narrative surrounding Scarecrow. And then you conjoin that with the T virus and Joker. I don't think they had a good idea of how to resolve both storylines and both villains. So they just made up, what does Joker fear most? And the truth is, that is Joker's superpower. He doesn't fear anything. He doesn't fear anything. He doesn't fear anything because he is the absolute essence of entropy. But Batman is so stoic that he negates his own fears. That's the idea of the two characters. Batman does have fears, but he's so stoic and he's so disciplined and he's so rigid that he negates those fears. So the only thing that absolutely made sense and does land as like a really epic moment was the fact that Scarecrow's toxin has no effect on Joker. Because Joker fears nothing. That right there makes sense. That right there is cool. The only thing that doesn't work is somehow Batman was cured of both the T virus and the effects of the fear toxin. That makes no sense. How is it that he was cured of the T virus? How did that happen? Think about that. How did that happen? I mean, are they trying to go for the idea that there was this battle within Batman's mind? Right? The constant assault of fear that Scarecrow is trying to implement against him. You have the insanity and the undisciplined, the uninhibited brutality of Joker's mind, Joker's archetype within Batman's mind at the same time. That's an illness. But then you have the man himself, Batman, who he is, who he was raised as, who he was born to be, his own discipline of mind, his own stoicism, his own stone cold iron mind and demeanor. So is it what they want to say is that Scarecrow had no power ultimately over Batman because of Joker's illness imposed upon Batman, Joker's archetype being imposed upon Batman, the T virus. But then ultimately, Joker never had truly, no matter what would happen, no matter what Batman's fears were, no matter what attacks Batman from the outside, whether it be Joker or anything else. But is it the fact that Batman is such a stoic man and that he has such an iron mind that not even the T virus can break him? And are they trying to say maybe, here we go. I'm writing for the freaking writers now. I am writing for the writers. I hate this crap. Here we go. Because now I'm just making all this stuff up. But it's the only way that I can make sense of their own story, that they couldn't leave you the breadcrumbs thereof. They needed to leave the breadcrumbs and they didn't. So lazy writing. Or they had no idea what they were making. But here's the idea. Okay? Is this what was going on? The essence of Joker does not fear anything. Again, this is stupid because they confirm that Joker has a fear. which they should not have done. He has no fears, given who he is. That was a stupid position, but again, I'm writing for them. I'm fixing their plot for them. So this is how Batman cures himself. He has the T-virus, the essence of Joker, therefore he fears nothing. Through utilizing the archetype, the essence of Joker. So that means that Scarecrow, trying to weaponize fears, and specifically the essence of Batman's greatest fears, will never truly assault Batman because of the T-virus, because of the essence of Joker, the unregulated, brutish mind. Maniacal mind. So there you go. That's the first layer of immunity, which is from fear. Okay. But then is it that through that resolution of the T-virus and Joker's own archetype, is it also through Batman's own, as a man, his own iron mind, and his own sense of discipline within his own stoicism of himself, of who he is as a man, he then also cancels out Joker. Oh my gosh, bro. Okay, listen, I need to get water. Holy crap. Okay, I will finish my thoughts in a quick second. Alright, we're back. Holy crap. So anyways, you have 3 layers. Scarecrow and fear. And that's at the bottom, let's say. Then it's Joker and the T-virus. The infection of Joker's mind. Okay? Then you have the topmost level. And that is Batman himself. The man with the iron mind, who possesses himself so stern, with so much composure and composition, that he is a stalwart wall that is very difficult to penetrate. So, Scarecrow wishes to implement his fear toxin upon Batman. Because of Joker and the T-virus and Joker's essence within Batman, that negates the fear toxin. Because Joker and his essence, right, fears nothing. So then he defeats, on that first layer of defense, against the fear toxin. But then Joker, right, let's say because of his essence being within Batman's mind, well, now Batman truly doesn't fear anything. Because the reality is that his greatest fear is dead, which is Joker. And the temptation of falling into that, let's say, that essence of depravity, the delinquent brute, well, that's also dead now, the temptation. And so at the topmost level is that then Batman, realizing that he has the essence of Joker to defy fear, he also has the essence of himself as a man to not only defy or withstand fear, let's say, but because of Joker's essence being within him, that he has the immunity against fear, but also Batman himself, he has the iron mind of who he is as a man. That's enough for him to negate the essence and the temptations of Joker through the T-virus, that then both things effectively conceptually cancel out. And what happens is that both of these kinds of illnesses and these external pathogens truly have no power over Batman, because they're both at war to control him. But because of the man that he is, and the fact that he's already, he already has the illness of the T-virus, right? He's already contracted his highmost fear, let's say, which is Joker. Batman becomes both immune to both Joker and the fear toxin. Again, Batman is utilizing the T-virus within himself to negate the fear toxin. Then, because Batman can utilize the essence of Joker to ward off external fears, then through his iron mind, who he is as a man, he also then is able to negate Joker and also accept onto himself the reality of who Joker is, which is Joker's dead. So his greatest fear is gone. That's the best idea I have. So when you have the collision of those two illnesses fighting each other, ultimately it becomes the man that wins in the end. Because the essence of those two other men, Scarecrow and Joker, the fear toxin and the T-virus, they're canceling each other out. Which only leaves the man left, that being Batman. And because of his own strength of mind, he withstands the assault of Joker and Scarecrow, the essence of their two illnesses, or their two, right, the toxin and the virus. So Batman remains as himself in the end. With no kind of damages or being so altered and changed that he's broken in some way forevermore, right? That's the best way I can make sense of it. It makes sense a little bit, but the issue is that Joker does not fear anything. So the fear toxin would never actually defeat Joker. But then Batman still has contracted the virus of the T-virus. So even if Joker wards off the fear toxin, and that's the issue, the writers are acting like fear can kill Joker, but that Joker's lack of fear can kill the fear toxin. Oh my gosh. Right, because Joker fears not. Because their idea is that the only thing that Joker fears is the loss of himself. And that's why the fear toxin inadvertently defeats Joker. But you could also just say that it's Batman resolving within his own mind the reality of who Joker is. Right, the fact that Joker's dead. Again, it's kind of like biochemical psychology. It's the ideas at war with each other. I think that's a pretty safe assumption of how we can understand the story and the characters. It's just that so many of these elements, all this doesn't really make sense when you really look at it, because at some layer of it all, depending on how you look at it, is broken thinking. It doesn't really make sense completely, because ultimately, if the reality of Joker being dead is what allows Batman to be immune, again, then why wasn't he always immune to the fear toxin? Let's just be honest, why not? But then also, why didn't Batman then accept onto himself earlier that Joker's truly dead and that his greatest fear is gone? Which is the essence of Joker, the delinquent brute. If that's his greatest fear and it's gone, then why didn't he resolve the T-virus earlier? You know? So it doesn't work. It doesn't line up. It doesn't make sense. The only other fear that you could say is really legitimate that Batman never resolves is that he fears the death of his loved ones. That is his greatest fear, more than the essence of Joker, tempting him into unregulated brutality. That is his second most fear. mean, I guess you could say Batman's greatest fear is to also become a killer, like the placing himself within the functional category of the man that placed himself within his deepest fears, which is the death of his close ones, right? Of specifically his family, or people that he regards as family. So then maybe you could say that an equal fear to the loss of loved ones for Batman is also falling into the temptation of categorically functioning, or rather functioning categorically as a killer, right? And so the essence of Joker is also equal to his fear of losing someone, because he doesn't want to fall into becoming a killer within the methods of being a delinquent brute and an undisciplined, unregulated brute as well at that. I don't know how much I buy this. I mean, some of it works, but there's a lot of holes in all this thinking. I mean, it's not a proper, adding and subtraction, because what we're doing is that we're bringing values together that doesn't equal it all out to Batman in the end. By the end of the story, Batman still should have had the T-virus. That's the truth of it. They never found a cure, and the writers just made up a vague cure, which is basically fear toxin. Fear toxin was practically the cure to the T-virus. Again, the T-virus, you negate fear of it, anything. That's the entire essence of it. And it also supercharges you in your strength as well. So it doesn't really line up. Weird. Weird. Wow, I cannot resolve that. So yeah, that was stupid on the writer's part. There's no way that you can make sense of it, and you really have to twist what they wrote if you want to make it work. Yeah, the only way I can see that the T-virus would be defeated is Batman realizing that he can utilize the archetype, the essence of Joker, to negate his fears. And if he can utilize Joker to negate his fears, then that also means that Joker is truly dead. He's truly not alive. And that means that the psyche of Joker is now within Batman's control, his domain of regulation. And then therefore the T-virus no longer holds any power over him, because his mind made the revelation that he is separate and apart from Joker, from the virus. That is the only way to resolve it. And it doesn't really work that well with what it all is. Because again, what Batman does is mindset guruing himself out of the virus and the illness that it brings onto him and the long-lasting effects. And again, he's trying to figure out a cure, right? A biological cure, a biochemical cure. He's trying to utilize biology and chemistry to figure out a cure to his illness. So the fact that he uses his mind instead, his mindset, I mean, he should just read a self-help book, and I guess he could have just defeated Joker. And, you know, like, come on, it's ridiculous. It falls apart at the seams when you actually think about what the story is. They just want you to watch the screen and just be like, whoa, dude, that was so deep. I think this is what they were trying to tell me. It was like, bro, if you actually think about what they were trying to tell you, you would realize that all of it falls apart. So, I appreciate the concepts. It's cool, but one of some of it is cool, but it is absolutely insulting to say that Joker fears anything, because that is a deconstruction of his character. He fears nothing. So, the T-virus would and never should be canceled out by fear. The T-virus is the absence of fear. Who Joker is the absence of fear. He doesn't fear losing anybody, even Harley Quinn, and Harley Quinn is equally maniacal and crazy as Joker. She doesn't really fear anything besides losing Joker. That's the only thing that she fears. And the only thing truly that Joker fears more than anything is the end of the fight, is the end of the dance between him as maniacal chaos, right? And Batman as enforcive or enforcing, or let's say enforced stability, control, organization, discipline. Their tug of war between each other, that is what Joker truly fears, is the loss of their dynamic, is the loss of their, oh shoot, what's the word for it? The loss of their tango with each other. Again, it's not a gay love. That's another thing that they keep on trying to push with Joker and Batman. These freaking degenerates. There's no homosexuality between these two characters. Joker wants to smash in Harley's cheeks. That's the only thing that he ever wants. Okay? Outside of Harley, Joker lives off of the thrill of what he possesses as his ideals, as his characteristics. The possession of his archetype going to war and going into tango with Batman, his virtues, his ideals, his characteristics, his traits, his archetype. That is the only thing that Joker fears, is losing that essence of play between the two of them. Joker loves Batman like a brother, but like, you know, like a really, it's like a Cain and Abel. Is that what that painting is? Hold on a minute. Okay, on the spot. We're actually going to look that up. What is the Batman and Joker painting in Arkham City? Oh. That is so funny, bro. I love it whenever I do this, where I think out a story so I break down a story so much that even the themes and the concepts that they're trying to show to you, I break it down to literally denoting it for exactly what it is. I never recorded myself doing this. It does suck, but I also broke down the entire story. I played the first, I believe it was 3 or 4 hours, really long game by the way, so that doesn't mean much, but of Nier Automata. When I played the first 3 to 4 hours, which is basically the introduction of the game, I was able to break down, just from the introduction, the entire premise of that story. And if you know how deep that story goes, yes, I spent it was like 2 to 3 hours after playing. I spent an entire night just breaking down the themes and the concepts because it just possessed me with a fascination. Just think about these ideas about existentialism, about roboticism, AI, consciousness, sentience, all these ideas. And I just started breaking down the ideas that I was shown through the introductory of Nier Automata, and I ended up breaking down the entire story. So as I was playing Nier Automata, I was like, oh yeah, that's exactly what I was saying a couple of nights ago, because the game's super long, so it took multiple days to play the game for me. Took multiple days to play the game, and so it took multiple days to get to all the themes. But when I finally got to all the themes, I was like, oh, yeah, that's what I was talking about all those nights back. Yeah, that's the concept there. That's the concept there. I mean, that is one of the most, that's one of the things it's one of those weirdest things that I'm like super, this is so weird to say, but let's just be honest about it. I was really impressed with myself and really, in a weird way, proud that I was able to just guess the entire complex story of Nier Automata from the rip of playing that game. I was able to just cut right through all of its themes and literally even the essence of the ending. I was able to follow that train of logic and be like, that's where all this stuff leads. And then of course, when I hit the end of the game, it was such a flurry of freaking emotions and thoughts and ideas where I just sat there and I was like, whoa, you know? I was really amazed by the fact that I was able to predict all the themes and where those themes go in the end of their totality just off of starting the game. And I could assume the essence, the meaning of, right, sentience and like the whole thing about AI and also robots, which represent the creation of man, all these different things. Like, just, again, that's a whole thing. We're not going to go into a whole freaking, again, it was either 3 or 5 hours. It was somewhere between there. It took me a long time to just think through all the ideas. Then as I played through Nier Automata, all those ideas came into fruition. And I kind of thought a little bit further ahead, by the way, of Nier Automata. It wasn't all of my ideas that came into fruition. Like, I actually thought a couple of steps ahead of that game's story. But it was a very weird feeling for me when I was playing that game. I'm getting to the end of its story. The multiple endings, right? But still, the essence of that game's story and its ending, its true ending, the entire scope, for the most part, with a couple of my own ideas not being completely fully realized because I thought a couple of steps ahead of them. But for the most part, my ideas being in synergy with that storyline was just one of the weirdest, most surreal experiences ever. But weird synergy of like observer to the creator in that situation, right? Because the writer, somehow me as the observer to what the writer was creating in their product, I was somehow in complete synergy with their ideas. Really weird, but whatever. Yeah, there's a lot to that too. But anyway. So what just happened here, right? So right here, this is what it says. In the end, Joker dies despite Batman's willingness to help him, and Bruce carries the villain's body to the police. The instance of foreshadowing occurs in the opening scene, where the first image players see is a painting of Cain and Abel. So funny that I went through this entire logic process about what are the themes to this game and its story, and then ultimately, how does Joker love Batman? It is like Cain and Abel. It's like two brothers, where one has the impetus for entropy, and the other has the impetus for stoicism, for control, for regulation, for stability, right? And they love each other like two brothers love each other within the frame of those two archetypes. You know what I'm gonna do? outside of these reviews, because I will make this mention in these, I didn't make this mention within the Arkham City and Asylum reviews, but I will mention this in the Arkham Knight review. However, I'm going to make a separate video about this, because so many people want to contort and twist, and really what they want to do is add and impose their own depravity, their own modernity, their own deconstruction, their own Satanism onto the relationship, the authentic relationship being had between these two characters, Batman and Joker, which is what? Well, clearly, their relationship is not homosexual. They refer to each other as brothers, by archetype, by theme and character. They think of each other like brothers. Joker loves Batman like a close brother. So again, what is Joker's greatest fear? It is the end of their dance. That is his greatest fear. It's the end of playing the play between himself and his brother, Abel. The greatest thing that Kane fears, in the essence of what Joker is as a character, is the death of his brother that he plays with in his own chaotic way, Abel. And of course, really, if you really think about it, Abel's greatest fear is the death that Kane can bring upon himself, or is the death and destruction that Kane will bring to Abel's loved ones, closest ones, because of Kane's own turbulent nature. So Abel goes out of his way trying to fight against Kane, trying to prevent him, right, from dealing out turbulence, entropy to the world, trying to stop that fear from becoming a reality. But see, in Arkham Knight, that just doesn't work. With the way that they played it out, it just doesn't work. Because why didn't Batman admit to himself then sooner in the storyline that Kane is dead? Your greatest fear is dead. Maybe it's this, right? And it's the essence of Kane. Scarecrow stepped in place of Joker. Now that Joker's dead, let's say that the concept of Joker still lives in Batman's mind because the fear of Kane, the archetype of Kane, still lives through the essence of Scarecrow. And it's when Batman realizes that Joker is truly dead, that the essence of Joker, by the way, was greater than the essence of Scarecrow. That Batman's greatest fear, greatest enemy, came before his present enemy now, right? So Joker, the essence of Joker defies the essence in the archetype of Kane composed within Joker, defies the true threat behind the essence of Kane within Scarecrow. So for Batman, let's say that revelation for him is what cures the T-Virus, is realizing that his greatest fear and his greatest rival is far past him, far long and dead. And that means that then the fear toxin not only has no power over him, but neither does Joker, the T-Virus. So both cancel each other out because Joker is the greatest essence of Kane that Batman ever knew and probably ever will know unless there's a new villain that shows up. But any villain that Batman already knows of, they are not the greatest hurdle that he's ever had to overcome. That was Joker. And the realization that the pinnacle of Kane and Kane's archetype being Joker is now far past him. He has nothing no longer to fear. And that's what resolves the T-virus, and that's what also resolves any essence of the fear toxin. No matter the dosage, is that Batman has nothing any longer to fear. The pinnacle of chaos and entropy no longer exists, and now you only have infant forms of chaos or juvenile forms of chaos and entropy that has taken its place. So what happens is that Batman became the alpha, the definitive alpha above those themes and those characters rivaling and going to war against him. So on the scope of the meta narrative, I think that's what you can say, and I think that's how you can understand the story that we just saw here and the characters that we've just experienced. I think that does it. Again, they do a terrible job. I literally had to write the entire story for them. Now, of course, if I knew that painting was Cain and Abel, I mean, I thought it was something Greek, if I'm being honest. I thought it had something to do like maybe Aristotle and Plato, the death of Plato, and the carrying on of Aristotle with Plato in his arms. That was the kind of thing that ran through my mind, which maybe there's some kind of essence of symmetry between Aristotle and Plato, and maybe Plato being dead in Aristotle's arms, right? Because doesn't Plato basically represent illusory ideas, concepts, and themes? And Aristotle represents conscientiousness. So one represents the thinker and one represents the observer. And I guess okay, listen, we're not going to get into breaking that down. I'm not going to think that deep into it. Not right now. We've gone long enough here. Had I known it was Cain and Abel, that would have made all this thinking a little bit easier. Let's just be honest. Because I do think they do somewhat try to continuate the idea of Cain and Abel between Batman and Joker in this game. And I think that's why the T-virus is ultimately resolved. Is maybe because the writers, Sefton Hill, Ian, and Martin, maybe that's what they were thinking. Is that Batman as Abel resolves the essence and the archetype of Cain. And that's how he ultimately heals himself of the T-virus. Again, it's so stupid the way it happens. But if you want it to be conceptual fiction when you're doing that, okay. You weren't building it up as conceptual fiction, but if you want it to suddenly be that way, then I guess it works. I guess we can make it work if that's what they want it to flip on a dime, right? Fine. Then fine. But again, the writers did a crappy job with really determining and solidifying all of their ideas in this narrative for this game. But okay, again, what are we trying to think about here? We're thinking about this series of the games, and that's the meta narrative. Is the essence of Cain tempting the essence of Abel to fall into the pure, unadulterated, uninhibited essence of Cain, right? And the point is Abel, being Batman, is trying to resist that and maintain his composure and his heavenliness, his godliness. Now, of course, I have to assume that Paul Dini, okay, listen, if that's a huge theme that they wanted to foreshadow Arkham City about, then it's clear. It is clear that Paul Dini is probably a lot more of a believer, right, in God and whatnot, than Sefton Hill and the other two guys, okay? And whoever the heck else they've ended up hiring, right? It has to be that Paul Dini was not a materialist. He was not an atheist writing the story of Arkham City. He has different ethics than the company of Rocksteady, which, yes, they are Satanists, and they believe in modernity, okay? They believe in egalitarianism. They believe in all these deconstructive ideas, you know? Whether or not you're even human, right? We have to question that now. The essence of being man or woman. The questioning the essence of creation, really. Rocksteady has absolutely given themselves to the Satanists, and you could say that Sefton Hill, Martin, and Ian, they are the essence of Satan within the company. Probably not as bad as the new guys that they've been hiring and the new women, right? The land whales who wrote, for instance, for Gotham Knights, what the frick were they thinking of hiring those frickin' Satanists? What the frick are you doing? They're modernists, which is synonymous with Satanists, by the way. We already spoke about this within this playthrough, so why am I thinking I have to explain it here? Anyway. But then you look at the two dudes, and they had a bunch of female writers for Suicide Squad, but they had Ben Schroeder and they had Grant Roberts on top of Ian Ball and Martin Lancaster and Sefton Hill writing for the story of Suicide Squad. They've added a lot of Satanists to the roster, and there's no doubt in my mind that Paul Dini was kicked out, and maybe also Paul Crocker. I might need to look into who Paul Crocker is, because he wasn't on the previous game. He was only on Arkham City. I wonder why. I don't know why. I don't know what he worked on, but it's very well possible that he also did really good work on that game, because Arkham City had good elements within story, had certain moments that were masterclasses in writing and storytelling. Some of it fell off, but some of the rest of it was fine and good, right? And other parts being masterful portrayals of storytelling, so, and character expression and development. So maybe I'll look into that. But anyways, I'm gonna make a separate video defining and describing the essence of who Batman and Joker is and who they are, and making it very clear they are not gay. They look at each other and they love each other like brothers with a rivalry, like Cain and Abel. Literally, that's even the theme that predominates the entire meta narrative of each of these games. But specifically, it is on the nose in Arkham City because they show you the painting of Cain and Abel. So there's no doubt about this when you know what that painting is. And of course, if you don't know that painting, then you have to rely upon thinking through the game and breaking down all of its themes and all of its ideas, like I did painfully right here, just going through this bit by bit by bit before I came down to, they're basically like Cain and Abel, bro. That's the kind of brotherly rivalry they have. And then all I had to do was search up the painting from Arkham City to realize, oh, yeah, that's Even the writers know that. Paul Dini specifically, but I think, right, Sefton Hill, he was just off from working on Arkham City when he worked on Arkham Knight, so it's still lingering in his head what they made those characters to be in the previous game. It was only the longer he was working on these games, the further he gets away from having written Arkham City and Arkham Knight, that's when we start seeing a lot more modernity being pushed through into these next couple of games. And that's where we lose these ideas, and that's where we start pushing the idea that Joker's gay. Because now, modern Joker is gay. Because that's how they want to contort and twist these characters. These characters are gothic. These characters are traditional. There is no essence or sense of homosexuality. And this is what we've done in modernity. We've replaced brotherhood with homosexuality. The intimacy between men that you understand through brotherhood has now been contorted into homosexuality. It is so disgusting what we've done to the essence of brotherhood. But this is a part of Satanism. Take reality, deceive others of its true intent and its true purpose and its true design, and enforce and impose your degeneracy. These are Satanists. There's nothing short of it. They do not respect nor beloved the essence and the design of men and women, right? Women being curvaceous, women being beautiful and hot and sexy, all that stuff. Women being the reproductive beings that they are, and men being the functional, responsible, authoritative beings that they are. In this dynamic between femininity and masculinity, if it were ever up to femininity, there would never be civilization, it would die. Women cannot organize, and the only thing they can ever do, if they do not maliciously destroy civilization, they will compromise themselves and others around them. Women cannot negotiate, and women cannot build. They cannot enterprise. They can only exploit. And that is the same thing right now for today's economy too, by the way. Women do not make good money nowadays because they are innovative, because they're these productive thinkers or workers or actors or servants within civilization. No. Unless they're doing a literal role, serving or being, let's say maybe something like a nurse, but that's a huge maybe. I'm not going to get into that, okay? Let's just be very simple though. Most women in modern civilization, they're exploiting. And many of the ways to which they make money is just off of extracting from other people and presenting false values. So we're not going to get into that because it shows itself in many industries. A lot, for instance, many women try to sell self-help books. Women cannot lead, women cannot teach. And when you read a woman writing a self-help book, she spends the entire book coping and lying to the reader. Oh, just manifest your relevance, girl. Oh, possess this mind of like, they'll make up these weird modernist buzz terms that's like, my self-happiness philosophy or my, what's a good term? What's another one? What happens is that these women come up with these narcissistic ideas though, that is the antithesis of self-actualization, and it's just a coping, it is a coping philosophy, and it is just the, right, it's the, what's a good word for it? Because they use a lot of words, but I'm trying to think of a good stand-in for the words that they use. Women love to utilize ideas though of like, I don't know, spiritual divinity, let's say, my spiritual feminine divinity philosophy or essence, and they turn it into a philosophy, their idea of being in their divine feminine, and They'll reword it in all kinds of ways. It's always the same thing though. Them believing in this narcissistic idea of divine femininity, which is really just them thinking that they're becoming more and more like an alpha male. It's really all it comes down to, or not giving a crap what other people think. So you're becoming so cognitively dissonant that no longer can you comprehend reality, to the point that you think that you've deluded yourself into thinking you have worth or value past how deluded that you've convinced yourself to be and that you've become. And they will make tons. You have women who will make tons of money off of the fact that other women just want to be, they want to buy into lies. And that is the truth. The more you lie, the more women will buy. That is absolutely true. And that's how a lot of women, that's how they make a lot of money. They exploit other people. How a woman makes a lot of money off of a man is exploiting him with her sexuality for his money. Sometimes through sex or even without sex. Depends on the woman. But then you also have, how do women con other women out of their money, right? Well, sell a woman a fictitious idea, a lie, but something they want to hear. So tell a woman, oh, this is 7 steps to get into your divine feminine, and they'll just reword it. It'll be how to get into your self-happy. It's how to get into your self-this, self-that. They'll reword it into, it's the same thing, just different package. And that's how they'll con other women. And that's how some women make a lot of money, is that they know other women want to buy this stupid crap that isn't of any use or utility. And again, by the way, women make up, these are probably old numbers now, so it could be higher. Or could be the same, who knows. But they're not that old, but it's like, it's just that if we're really looking at modern day, these numbers could have gone up. Women, though, make up 80% of the consumer base. Okay? Let that sink in. So when you operate upon lying so that women will buy, you can make a lot of money. Let's just be honest. So when you think about a lot of women who, they can very easily make a lot of good money. Well, by doing what? Women buy a lot of really stupid things. So when you as a woman are like, well, I like buying all these stupid things, or I like buying this really specific type of cat food or whatever, or this type of furniture, well, start making that type of furniture. And when you're a woman and you understand the stupid things that women like to buy, and you create an economy where women have more money given to them that they can spend than they should ever be given, or that is even logical, because by the way, women lead 3/4 of credit card debt is led by women. And also, that is in tandem with the fact that women will always spend the credit cards, not of the money they earn, the money that their boyfriend or that their husband or that their boy toy or that their simp sugar daddy is giving them. There's a bunch of men who facilitate the financial lives of women. So women can run around and build up all this credit card debt. Why? Because a bunch of men will bail them out. How many men spend all their freaking earnings to buy out a woman's student loans, for instance? 2/3 of student loans owned by who? Women. Most women do not pay off their own student loans. We know this, we already know this outside of politics, but like, who's the number one group that keeps on complaining about student loan forgiveness? Right? But who's paying off these student loans for women when they are paid off? Men. Who's paying off the credit card debt? Men. And by the way, this just enables women to continue racking up credit card debt because, right, well, hubby or sugar daddy or whatever, simp is going to buy me out of my overspending. So women can just do this. And we've created such an economy where we allow women to do this. This does, by the way, this does add into inflation, but it doesn't matter. Right? Air quotes, it doesn't matter. But so this is the thing though, if you make products for women, you will sell a lot. That's just a simple fact. So you do have women who make good money within the modern economy. It's not because they produce value. It's not because they're creating great products like Elon Musk, for instance. Just think of it, that guy. Or think of any kind of man, Steve Jobs or whatever. When men produce something, they have to create. They have to be ingenious. They have to be ingenuitive. In some way, they have to have an idea that has utility or has something of unique value. But when you see women and they'll write nonfiction, they'll write fiction, you understand that when women write fiction books, they're just copying other people's ideas. There's never a book written by a woman where they actually have new ideas that they're expressing. They're copying how other people make stories. And then typically they're selling those stories as weird wish fulfillment storylines for women. Again, the more you lie, the more women buy. That's how you have a lot of these women who make good money. It's by selling to women. It's not that these women actually provide any value to the economy. It's not that they're actually good business women. No, you're selling to a stupid audience of people. They don't care really about the value you're giving them. They care about having their illegitimate desires met. So all of that links into some of the things that I was saying, but also I'm kind of at the point where I'm a little bit spent, right? We've really been talking about this game. We've really been going in about a lot of concepts and themes. And we've broken down the essence of the meta narrative to this game. That's pretty much what it is. I think this is a terrific game series. I think it has terrific ideas that it explores. I do think there's good elements to Arkham Knight, but I think there's a lot of elements where they are falling short, and it's because they hired activists for this game. But during this time of 2015, politics were not the du jour, and politics was not front and center of gaming back in 2015. It was getting there. It was getting there. But these liberal writers and liberal developers, they were still trying to play within the shadows a little bit, but they're still trying to creep it out of the shadows. Then we get into 2016. Then we get into 17, 18, 19. Progressively, they keep on wanting to push more politics. And then it just more and more, game after game, it's more front and center. And now we're at the point of parody. Think of a game like Wolfenstein 2. I think that came out 2018 or something. Super woke game. Politics front and center. And now we're just at the point of parody. Even they know that they are the joke. And so now they're afraid to completely commit to their politics. So now they do it in this really tongue-in-cheek woke way. You know, you look at a game like Suicide Squad, it's very tongue-in-cheek in their wokeness. It's there, it's front and center. But they don't try to overplay their hand as much anymore because they know they'll be laughed at. So they still want to overplay their hand. They want to do it in a way that they don't think they'll be laughed at for doing it. It's all woke. Diablo 4 was freaking woke. All these games are laughable. It's just now they're trying to just continue to get away with it. And they want to do it in such a way where they're not laughed out of the room for being these crazy wokies. These crazy ideological fanaticists. So anyway. This was the mark of death for Rocksteady, was Batman Arkham Knight. And at the time, a lot of people didn't even realize it. And at the time, a lot of people didn't even know that they changed the writer. But this was the beginning of the decay. But ultimately, they kept it together. This is where the illness began, and we didn't see a lot of the symptoms, and we didn't see a lot of the damages done to the organism of Rocksteady during this time, but it was there. And you can see, if you read between the lines of these characters and the dialogue lines, you're like, modernity there, modernity there. They're being too medical there. Again, that's modernity. That is some college student, right? They want to overdiagnose people in the world. rather than just making cool conceptual characters, they're not overly medicalized, right? Oh, Joker's a narcissist. No, he's not. No, he's not. He's just maniacal masculine. He's not a narcissist, but that is a part of modernity. We have to medicalize it now. He's a narcissist. And now we get into a game like Suicide Squad, and they say that Joker is a maladaptive narcissist. Again, these things are all connected to each other. You see elements of wokeness within this game, but it's the beginning of the illness. And it festered into Gotham Knights and Suicide Squad. It starts with zipping up Catwoman's freaking cleavage. It starts with making the women look a little bit like a bunch of seething feminists, Karens, by thinning out the eyebrows and changing the way they look. Why can't they look the way that they looked in Arkham City, where they were smoking hot? Why did you change them? Because of politics. Now, they did add boob sway to the women's breasts. Okay, that's weird. I mean, they didn't completely desexualize the women, and Catwoman is still hot and all this stuff, and she still has cleavage, but they were trying to tone it down, right? Again, this was the beginning of the illness. They weren't getting haughty, and they weren't getting overzealous with their politics. But this is a very dark game, Arkham Knight. There is no it's very nihilistic in many ways of its essence, and the story to this game is very dark, much like leftists love nihilistic dark stories, and they also like nonsensical stories too. But this is a certain brand of leftism or leftist writing that we get, and this is nihilistic darkness here. I don't like how there's elements of the dark and gritty I really like, and I really respect what they've made here. But there's other elements of the darkness to this game and its story. It's just nihilism. It's just leftism, and it does grate on you. And that's why I understand when people say they don't want to replay. When they think of replaying any of the Arkham games, they want to replay Asylum and City, because those were great games and they had a spiritual core to their storylines. Both of them did. Even if there wasn't a direct mention of God, spiritual entity, there was a spiritual compass to the writing. Paul Dini. Then we get to this game, where there is no spiritual vessel. And by the way, storytelling is inherently spiritual. So that's part of the reason why this game is soulless, is that there's no spirit to this. There's no true spirituality. This is a nihilistic story. This game and its story weighs heavy upon your mind. I do like how they're willing to go dark with the story, and they go into some pretty dark corners of human psychology in multiple aspects, main story and side stories, but in the end, this is written within the frame of mind of a postmodernist nihilist. These guys writing for this game, they do not have a very solid belief in God. They don't have a very solid belief in spirituality, which is tied to God, by the way, and values tied to the Bible. It's not this whimsical thing that you just make up in your head. And for that very reason, they sacrifice a lot of the integrity to the story, because the essence of modernity is in the background, creeping into the narrative at all times. And that does sacrifice the narrative. It does sacrifice the depth of all these characters that we see here. And yeah, if this game were written by Paul Dini, it would not weigh upon you as heavy. And a lot more people would be much more willing to replay this game. And again, they did a lot of things to drag out how long this game takes to play. So if you want to replay this game and re-experience the story, you know, for all the flaws that are within the story and all the good things too, but it's going to take forever for you to go through all the flaws and all the goods of this game's story, because they dragged it out. So it's not a very replayable story because there's just so much to play through. You're going to be wasting a lot of time, let's be honest. Does it tell me the time I put into this, by the way? Frick. Oh, that's not what I wanted. Well, maybe they do, actually. Okay, actually, I can check something here. I think the previous 2 games will show you the game stats, so maybe they show you here too. Let's see. Right here? Where do they show you? I don't know. I don't know if they're telling me. I can set a rival. Jeez, imagine no-lifing a frickin' single-player game like that. I get their purpose for doing that, but like, come on, dude. Find something else to do with your life if you're literally setting a rival for a single-player game. Bro. That's the retard button right there. Do you value the essence of your own life? Click yes or no. No, I'm gonna set a rival with someone that plays this game. Maybe in my friends list, maybe not. Why? What? So you enjoy wasting your time? You literally have nothing else to do than to set a rival in a single player game. Okay, dude. That is really sad. Okay. No, seriously, find something better to do with your life. Holy crap. There's so many things to do with your life. Setting a rival for a single player experience? Reevaluate yourself. Absolutely. What the heck? That is ridiculous. Seriously. You are doing yourself a disservice in your own life if you do not realize that you are wasting your own time. That is so sad. Okay, whatever. So they don't tell you the amount of time that you put into the game. Wow. That's unfortunate. The previous 2 games show you the stats, but this one doesn't. That's weird. Very weird. Wow. Okay. Interesting. Well, this is the last time I ever plan on playing this game. I'm doing this because of the channel. I already played this game. I replayed it partly because all modern games suck, right? So I just wanted to re-experience something that wasn't complete trash, and I wanted to have an excuse to stare at sexy women's boobs, okay? And we got a lot of boob staring off in Arkham Asylum, City, and now this game. Because I spent a lot of time staring at Catwoman's boobs in Arkham City, spent a lot of time staring at Poison Ivy's boobs in Arkham Asylum, and I spent a lot of time looking at boobs and butts. Oh yeah, and there's also Harley Quinn. But anyways, I spent a lot of time looking at boobs and women's bodies in this game. So I got everything I wanted out of this experience. And now, of course, we're going to go right back into the turbulence of playing modern games. But, you know, I do not like replaying games. It's just, my choice is play modern games or play this. And, like, you know, I would rather just put my time, for the time being right now, into playing some older games that I really appreciated. And I really wanted to go back to Arkham. So I'm really glad I did this. You know, it's so crazy because when I would look back on Arkham Knight in retrospect, I was like, oh, it's not that modernist. But I would always sit there and say whenever I would say this, when I was saying this in the past playthroughs and videos, whatnot, I would sit there and say, but it's been a while. It's been a while since I played Arkham Knight. There's probably a bunch of modernism I'm forgetting, and that maybe I didn't even detect when I was playing the game because, right, politics wasn't front and center back then, so you weren't thinking of it creeping in. But no, like, when I picked up this game, I immediately, all the memories started to resurge. I was like, oh, holy crap. I remember calling that out when the game first came out. I remember seeing that as a woke element. Oh, I remember seeing that as a modern element. Oh, I'm seeing all the modernity. I'm being reminded. And now going through this, now I'm going to be making the review. And that's going to be the stored memory of my experience, is these are the elements that are woke. These are the elements that are postmodernist. These are the elements that are fine, right? And these are the things that we sacrificed from the previous games. Now I have a very acute understanding of how the ideological development of these games, how it occurred and how it developed. Very interesting, but holy crap, man. This is a long decompression. What the frick? If I'm being honest, this is taking forever. So I think those are all my thoughts. We can just get right into the review. How long is the review gonna take? Because right here, I'm sharing all my thoughts. So for the review, I'm going to compress all of it. So I think I can maybe make it 15 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes, something like that. I don't think it's going to be that long because I've already decompressed a lot of it. So I think the review is going to be fine. I don't think it's going to be like an hour long. My only issue with doing hour-long videos is it takes a long time to edit those videos. It's really annoying when you're editing 1 hour or 2 hours. Oh my gosh. Like the Final Fantasy Strangers of Paradise review. Bro, that was like 2 hours and I think it was 20 minutes of editing I had to do. Ugh. Anytime I edit, I cut down on the runtime of a video. So it came out as 1 hour 43 minutes. In the end, I cut off a lot of time on that one. Ah, frick. But that's what's so annoying about doing longer videos, is that it just takes way longer to edit. I don't like it. The editing is just annoying. The longer it gets more annoying. So anyway, I think those are all my thoughts. That's kind of all the decompressed ideas. Listen, there's probably a couple of things I forgot. There's so much going on here. There's so much to analyze, and there comes a point, right, where it's just like, okay, I think that is sufficient. Everything I said. There's a bunch of things I probably didn't say that I should have said, right? A lot more I could have torn through and dug into, but that's the meta narrative. That's the essence of Joker and Batman. That's the essence of what all three of these games are about. It's the war between, you know, Batman is the balance between Bruce Wayne and Joker. The civilized man, the sophisticated man, the gentleman, and the brutish man, the brutal man, the savage man, Joker. Of course, again, though, there is the there is the disciplined and regulated, brutal and savage man, and then there is the delinquent, the unsophisticated, the belligerent, brutal man. There has to be a very clear distinction made. And by the way, there is also a sophisticated man that is very malicious. There is a form of that. There is such a thing as a pro-social maniac. And we see a lot of those nowadays. You know, you can think of like a lot of leftists are very pro-social maniacs. But that's a whole different topic. We're not going to get into that. Anyways, I don't know what's a good way of ending my thoughts here. Because, listen, there's so many other thoughts I haven't resolved in thinking and speaking and through all this. But we're at the end of it here. So I don't really know what I should say right now. I don't know how I should... What should I end this on? I don't know. So let me just say this. Because there's a bunch of unresolved thoughts that we just went through, and maybe at a later date we will resolve them. I don't know. I need to now make the review, but what I have to say, and it's so funny, I made the other 2 reviews, like, I think one was 2 months ago and the other was a month and a half ago. And they have not released yet. And I have a huge, bro, you have no idea. I have a huge backlog right now of videos that need to be released. We will get to it. But anyways, I mean, there's just so much. There's so many new games coming out. Listen, I still have to make a video for Rise of the Ronin, Alone in the Dark. I'm just sharing this, right? I'm just sharing my thoughts. There's just a bunch to get to. There's a bunch of new stuff to look at and get to. And there's also a bunch of these older videos that I haven't edited yet. So anyway, it's just crazy. And we're going to be playing through also Nier Replicant. So we also need to make a video for that. It's just a bunch of stuff. It's crazy. There's so much to get to. So we'll get around to all of it. But anyways, what do I think about this game though? Just from this, you know, this is why I don't like, this is a part of the reason I don't like replaying games, because there's so many other things to be spending your time with, and you only have so much time, and you need to be spending your time with new things. You know, there comes a point where you got to leave the past behind, because there's new things to learn, there's new things to interact with, there's new things to contemplate. You always want to be developing, you always want to be moving forward. Don't live in the past. And it's when something is timeless, then you pick it up and you re-experience it, right? Like Star Wars, I would rewatch that in a heartbeat, man. The OG and the prequels, I love all that stuff. When something has timeless value, then you can pick it up. But there's plenty of things that don't have timeless value, and people pick it up and they're just reminiscing and meaningless values and meaningless memories and meaningless experiences. There's plenty of television shows. Don't rewatch it, bro. You're wasting your time and your life. What are you doing? You know, when I was younger, I watched, I don't even know why I'm mentioning this, but anyways, you know, I watched the television show Psych. Never going to rewatch it. Would be an absolute waste of time. I don't know why I'm mentioning it, because it's like, I don't really need to use myself as an example, being honest, but what I'm saying is that there's things I've done or experienced with certain products and media. Don't rewatch it. Don't re-experience it. It's not worth your time. Just experience new things. So, anyway. That's why I don't like picking up old games or games that I've played before. If you're reliving your thoughts, you're not challenging your own ideas, you're not challenging how you think, and then that just means that you're becoming a very lazy mind. You don't want to do that. So, of course, there's a purpose in us playing this game. I'm just saying that I'm never replaying this game again. It would be a waste of time if I did that. And I would hate to waste time, so. Yeah, and you know what? I think that's actually it. I think that sums my thoughts up perfectly, actually. There's plenty of things to still say, but obviously that is the end of this playthrough. I don't really know what to say. I mean, like what should I end this off with? Is there anything I should even share? The answer really is no, because I have too many thoughts going on in the back hardware right now. I can't just commit to any single one of them. So there's something about finishing this game and finishing the entire series. I have so many thoughts. And I have so many ideas that going through my head right now. And it's like, okay, we've gone through a lot already, but it's like, what's a proper finale, right, to speak upon with all this? You know what? Let me say this. I love sexy women. I freaking love thick, tight boobs, thick, tight breasts, okay? Freaking love them. I love hot, sexy women. I love women who have attractive, fit bodies, okay? I love the women of these games. I love Harley Quinn, how girly, how feminine, how silly, how playful she is as the character, as the maniacal feminine as she is. I love that she's not deconstructed. I love Catwoman and how if any real woman tried to behave like Catwoman, it would be a disaster. But I love how flirtatious and sexy and alluring and how elusive Catwoman is. I love her persona. Poison Ivy, I mostly don't like her face in most of the games, specifically her hair. I think she looks weird, but she has really nice boobs, so there's that. A really nice body and a really nice outfit. And if my girlfriend walked up to me in that kind of clothing, I would impregnate her, okay? That kind of thing. And also if she walked up to me dressed up like Catwoman, okay? The point is, if my girlfriend dresses like a sexy stripper, she will be pregnant within the next week, okay? That's what I'm saying. So the point is that the women are sexy and you want to procreate with the women that you see when you play this game. And that's a lot of older games, is that you look at the women and you say, dang, I would impregnate that chick. But specifically for these women, absolutely would impregnate them. I love this classic tale as well. I love the classic themes of good versus evil. I don't like the trope that the hero never kills, because that's stupid. You're just persisting villainy by never killing the villain, okay? And I think it's a very lazy concept in the modern landscape. Everyone has bastardized this idea. There's more interesting ways to explore this idea too. So I do have that criticism as well. But I love Batman. I love how stern, stoic, masculine his character is. He's not like a modern male character where he's erratic, he's in his emotions all the time. The women are more pragmatic and decisive and stoic than the man is. Batman is a great masculine character, a legendary masculine character, that no matter how much the world is weighing down upon him, he remains stern, he stands upright, and he fights. No matter how weak he gets, he continues pushing on. Now, okay, right, we don't want to push that idea in real life. We don't want to push that idea to a point of unrealistic, application, right? Don't. You're not an actual superhero, but there is an essence of the ideal. Okay. See, the problem with me saying that is that my words lead off, I think, in a direction further than they're intended, because there is a great extent of who Batman is in these games, his stoicism and his persistence, that any man can possess. He does possess an ideal that is attainable. It's just, right, it's just, don't, what I mean when I said that, love of God, it's so stupid I'm even correcting myself, but here I am. What I mean, right, is when you're actually at the point where you're gonna drop on your knees, you should probably take a break. But yeah, you shouldn't. Obviously, though, the Batman is a great masculine character because he resembles how much a man should persevere, and despite how uncomfortable you become, you don't give up. So We don't get a lot of characters like this anymore. These characters are kind of dead, especially in the world of modernity. The only real example we have right now was Cloud from Final Fantasy Remake. But that's a remake, so... But that's the only expression of it right now in modern day. Right now the men are pathetic. They take a backseat to women. They're not masculine. They're not leading the way forward. The women are the ones leading the way forward. And we've turned women into male characters nowadays. That's what we've done. We don't have female characters anymore. We don't have feminine characters anymore. I've already spoken about this multiple times, so I'm not gonna go that deep into it. I really miss characters like Batman. We don't get these anymore. Seriously, in books, movies, television, games, go down the whole list. We don't get these anymore. We don't. And for a long time, we really haven't gotten a lot of characters like these. So I have a lot of love for this game. The women are feminine. Again, this game is the most modernist of all the games, but when we just look at the games in whole, and the games in totality, the Overton window, okay? The women are feminine. And I love how they behave. I love who they are. They don't disrespect the men. They understand that they have to show the men some level of respect, even if the men are their villains. They're antagonists. The women speak to men with a fundamental respect. Even if that man is her villain, right? Even if his name is Two-Face and he's calling her a biatch every 2 seconds, Catwoman, right? There's still an amicable... The women are just playful, they're flirty. They're women, bro. They're not aggressive, they're not confrontational, they're not argumentative. And I love it. Voice actors are great. I think Kevin Conroy's best performance was this game. I would argue, yeah, I think this game is the definitive Batman performance. And I think the audio quality too is the best for Batman in this game. I really do think that this game really sets up, I mean, all of the games do, again. It's just that this game is Kevin Conroy's best performance. He's really there. He's really in it. More than any of the previous games. He was really there. He did a great job. It is terrible what Suicide Squad did to Batman's character. What a travesty. But again, that game is not canon. You know, go back to my review. It's not canon. The characters are not themselves. Harley Quinn is not Harley Quinn. She's autistic Brittany. Screw her character. This game, though, does a definitive enough job, a good enough leaving off mark of the series. Does a great job. The ending is a bit of a dud. The true ending is an okay enough send-off for the series. I think Paul Dini would have done a much better job. I do believe that, but it's good enough for what it is. And this entire series is great. These games are great. I think this is a lot of authentic masculinity and femininity that we can see in gaming, and that we have ever seen in gaming is right here. Specifically, the gameplay is also great. Okay, we're not going to get into a review. So those are pretty much my thoughts, especially on the meta narrative. Joker is one of the most, if not the most, legendary villain character in all of gaming. He is a great archetype. He's a great character. Legendary. And it makes Batman that much more of an effective character, is that he has this duality with a character like Joker. And I really do respect the fact that they were willing to kill him in the previous game. They were not afraid to walk away with their best character. which means these are writers, you know, when you look at Arkham City, specifically in Asylum, this is a writer who is so confident within his ability to tell a story that he's not going to utilize a character as a crutch, specifically Joker. So he takes the risk, he kills Joker, and he has a whole story that he still wants to tell past Joker because, and again, that means that the story is that much more legitimate, is the fact that he's not afraid to kill characters. That's so important in storytelling. You gotta tell a story for what it is, authentically, despite who lives and who dies. You have to be willing to see Gandalf die. And of course, Tolkien had his own whole way that Gandalf comes back and what that means and all that, but you have to be willing to see your characters die, that when they're in a troubling situation and they make certain decisions, you have to be willing to sit there and say, you know what, in this situation, this character will die. That's where their decisions led them towards. I can't just write myself into a corner and say, oh frick, I don't want this character to die, so now I have to break the legitimacy of my narrative. No. It's like, okay, this character put themselves in this position. This is where the narrative went with the story. Now this character dies. Now this character is in a vulnerable situation. And if you ever have a character that you let's say that you sacrifice the narrative for in sake of not killing them and sparing their life, right? Like Frodo Baggins, for instance. There's plenty of times where he should have died in the narrative. When they interact with Shelob in the caverns, wherever the frick they are, in the caves, with Smeagol and all that. Smeagol leads him and Sam to Shelob. Shelob stings Frodo, and Frodo passes out, and you think he's dead. But like even then, Tolkien's willing to have Frodo die as a character, and possibly having Sam carry on with the ring. He's not afraid of killing off any of his characters, and that's so important in storytelling. It makes it that much more realistic, which means it matters that much more in your mind. In the back hardware, you're like, oh, there's real stakes going on here. But you do need to have characters where, right, you're willing to sacrifice the narrative for that character, right? Because that character is the plot. So ultimately, Frodo doesn't totally die, obviously, in the story. He has a confrontation with death, but he doesn't die. Same with Gandalf. There are characters that you do, in some way, shape, or form, you will sacrifice for the sake of narrative, you know? The fact that Batman never dies in these games, even though he's in really bad predicaments, but that also makes the story more interesting when you have that one character that is the titular character. Maybe you have only one other character that's also titular. And yeah, that character's not going to die, but they might have a couple of run-ins with death, right? This is the essence, though, of storytelling, and these games, they understood it. Specifically Arkham Asylum and City, but overall, these games were well made and well done with their stories, and we don't get games like these anymore, man. That's all I can tell you. Listen, I could keep going. This is the truth about it. Because there's so many thoughts to share. Frick. And I hate this because I know I'm going to turn off the recording and I'm going to think of a bunch of other thoughts that are probably pertinent for, right? This is not just an end of Arkham Knight video here, right? This is I played all 3 games, and this is the totality of it all. But again, we're going to be doing the review, so like that's where I can really share a lot of my totality thoughts there, especially a lot of my afterthoughts after finishing this game. So I guess we'll just leave it off there, man. I mean, I shared a lot. I've been very comprehensive with this. Holy crap! I mean, how much longer do I have to shackle myself to the freaking mic? So those are my thoughts. I mean, these are characters we don't get anymore. This is what characters should be. This is great storytelling. These are great characterizations of archetypes and individuals. The women are great. The men are great. You know? I have a lot of criticisms for this game specifically, but when you look at the Overton window of all these games, this is masterclass storytelling. These are great stories. These are great narratives. You don't have stories that are willing to get dark anymore. Everything has to be sanitized. This game specifically is not sanitized, but all the games really are not that sanitized. They're willing to get dark. They're willing to get gritty with the narrative. And I miss this about storytelling. So, a lot of just the best elements of storytelling is here. It's everything that is storytelling is not here, obviously, but a lot of good in storytelling is in these games. So I'm really glad that I replayed these games. I'm really glad to re-experience and relive these narratives, because I didn't realize that we weren't going to get anything like this for a long time. You know, this was the last really of the Mohicans for a lot of good storytelling. That, you know, this with Witcher 3, Metal Gear Solid 5, Final Fantasy 15. I mean, some of those games not finished, by the way, but still had great stories. We don't get good narratives anymore, man. Seriously, it's pretty bad right now. So that's all I have to say. This is just a good game, and specifically the games that came before are really, they're great games too. But this is a great game, okay story. Other games are good games, but great stories for the most part speaking. I mean, kind of elements of being a little bit basic at times, but whatever. Still great delivery, great execution. So, and sexy women. Frick. I can't say it enough. So, anyway, we will be getting right back into some other games. Near Replicant has a really hot chick in that game. She has an amazing rack. I mean, her boobs look freaking great. She has a sexy outfit. She's hotter than 2B. You know, 2B doesn't have that big of boobs, so. Yeah, we'll be playing that game. I don't know what it's going to be like, but I know it's a very philosophical game. You know, that's what the Nier games largely are, so. And at some point, we're going to be playing the Elden Ring DLC. But I don't know what other games, right, are going to be coming out that I can play, that I will be playing. I mean, I don't have a PlayStation, so I'm not going to be playing Stellar Blade, and that's coming out very soon. So I just don't know what I'm going to be picking up before I pick Elden Ring, if I'm being honest. I didn't really want to pick up, if I'm being honest, I didn't really want to pick up Dragon's Dogma 2, so I didn't really bother with that game. You know, I could see myself playing that game, but you know, the two games I can really imagine myself buying if I had a PlayStation, it would be Final Fantasy VII Rebirth and Stellar Blade. Those are the only two games that I really care about playing. I don't have a PlayStation, so, you know, here we are, but that's all I can think of. So, okay, that is the end of my thoughts for this game, everything. Yeah. So thank you for joining me on this series. This, love of God, I had a lot to say during this series, didn't I? How many times I just share my thoughts? Frickin' A. How much of the runtime was me just sharing my thoughts? Well, I know this video alone is me just talking, so frick. Okay. So, we will end it there.